Oh, spit.
Yeah.
Is there a way that we can like bring this a bit lower down? Because if when it goes on, like we can maybe just start with like a personal introduction, just like very briefly, like who I am, who you are.
Yeah.
I know it's starting at 10.
Okay, so we are just starting this morning's lifting with the first group. We've got 47kg class women first up, and the first lifter is Naomi Chung, and she's opening with a 65kg squat. So let's see how that goes.
That looked nice and easy.
And it is 3 white lights from what I can see, which is exactly how you want to start your competition. So that hopefully will settle her nerves quite a bit, because I think for all powerlifters the first squat is intense. Usually it's settles the nerves when you get it in, so hopefully it's an easy one for all of our lifters this morning. So our next lifter is Jemima Simpson. So she's the 52kg class, so we've got a mixture of weight classes in this first group. She's going to open on 70 kilos, and she's just coming onto the platform now.
Nice coordinated outfit as well.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, showing a couple of our sponsors there, so SPD and also A7. So just by way of introduction, my name's Abby Graham, and I'm going to be commentating for you today for this platform 1. And so Jemima has just done her first opening squat there. That was 3 white lights. It looked pretty comfortable. Again, that's nice to see. And so my co-host today.
I'm Amelia Potter, and I will also be commentating today. Looking forward to it. The openers so far have been nice and easy, exactly what you want to see, and shows for a good day.
Absolutely. So next up, we've got Niamh Mully. She is 52kg class, and her opening squat is 80 kilos. So Yeah, the British University Championships, I find it always very interesting because the lifters are, you often see quite a range of experience actually, even in these young lifters. For some of them, this could be, one of the first competitions they've done. For some other lifters, they may already have even done some international competitions, although the last couple of years with COVID, might have changed that for some of them. But yeah, here we are. Neve is setting up for her opening squat. The opening squat, I'm an experienced powerlifter myself, and there's probably no part of the competition that's quite as terrifying as the opening squat. So I think when the lifters get it done...
Oh.
Okay, so that was 2 red lights there and a white. So unfortunately, that means she's missed that. I'm not certain what the reason is. Often it is depth. Often it wasn't quite deep enough.
It didn't look like a struggle for strength, so I feel like she could definitely come back out and get that second very easily.
Definitely. And also that's the thing, it's like things become so hard actually on the platform that something which you can easily do in the gym and you've got your wits about you, as soon as you're on the platform, it suddenly becomes an awful lot more difficult.
It's a different environment, isn't it?
It's very, hugely, absolutely. So Amelia can tell us a lot more about that because she's from a sporting psychology background.
Yes, the first lift is often the most difficult for the athletes. It's a new environment, it's a new platform. Here we have Jessica Davies in the 52 class, opening with an 82.5 kilo squat. Let's see how it goes.
That's a very precise walkout. It's nice to see.
She knows what she's doing. She's done it 1,000 times before. Nice and easy. Yeah, that's nice.
From this angle, that looked comfortably in. Camera angles can be very deceptive, but yeah, the referees agree. That's 3 white lights.
Fantastic. We love to see it. It's quite funny always to see a very tall platform crew for the lighter women's class.
Yes, yeah. I got to say, actually, something that is quite reassuring, I find, as a female lifter, is you know that you're in safe hands usually, with the spotters. For some of the heavyweight men, it can be quite a different experience actually, because, in some cases, for the heavyweight men, you can expect to have certainly 5 spotters in an international competition. And even then, some of the weights that the bigger men could be lifting are tough for 5 spotters to catch. So, so 52 kilo class, Victoria Fali, opening on an 85 kilo squat. So that was quite calm and precise. So it looked easy from where we were. 3 white lights.
Nice.
Yeah.
No knee sleeves as well.
I noticed that. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
I do applaud any lifters that can, because I know my knees definitely can't handle it.
Yeah.
Might be the age, but
I know exactly what you mean. I actually didn't have knee sleeves for my first competition either. I didn't know about them for a while. In fact, I started competing myself in 2011, and SBD didn't actually exist at that point. So, yeah. Okay, Rosie Hopkins, 57 kilo class, opening on 87.5 kilos. So, yeah, getting really secure, getting that bar securely on the back.
it's a nice strong walk out there.
Yeah, quite a narrow stance.
You do see it a lot more these days. Yeah.
Interesting. Okay, let's see.
Looked good from here.
Yeah, 3 white lights, excellent. Yeah, I mean, I think we're now starting to hear a lot more sensible conversations around kind of squatting technique. A few years ago, maybe not so much from the very experienced powerlifting coaches, but it was all too common to hear very prescriptive kind of guidance as to how people were supposed to squat, like a certain stance, a certain upright posture.
Templated.
And that, it just didn't take into account proportions at all, or, different biomechanics.
So we have Jolie here in the 52 kilo class, and she's opening with 90 kilos. Nice to see her repping her university in her singlet there as well.
Oh yeah, I didn't notice that. Yeah, UCL. So, I mean, a 90 kilo squat is a very respectable opener for a 52 kilo class lifter, particularly, of a young age, like all of these lifters. 3 white lights, beautiful.
Yeah, and moved very, very well as well. There's a lot of weight left in there.
Yeah. So far, I hope I'm not going to be like giving the next lifter bad luck. But so far, it looks like we've seen very sensible openers all round in terms of the weight. So only one person has missed her opener, but as we said at the time, it didn't look unduly difficult. So I think she'll just come back and get it.
Absolutely. We have Bridget Paris in the 52, opening with 95. Again, like you said, a very respectable weight, especially at this weight class, this age. Let's see how she does with this.
Absolutely, absolutely.
It's nice and deep.
Oh yeah. No, that was like it looked confident in every respect. That's 3 white lights.
Yeah, fantastic.
So something that I think we're seeing certainly so far in this flight, all of these lifters look, I don't know how many of them this might be their first competition, but all of them look like they have a certain degree of kind of assurance on the platform actually.
Yeah, so this is Mona. I know that she's got quite some experience competing. She's very strong,
Oh my
47,
gosh, yeah.
opening at 97.5 kilos, so that's
It's double body weight already, isn't it? Yeah, yeah. No, that's absolutely massive. I mean, that's one of the biggest openers we've got in this group, and she's the lightest lifter. Yeah, yeah.
Let's see how this plays out.
Okay, it looked easy. It didn't look like it was in by miles, but
Yeah.
no, okay, unfortunately not.
But again, it was an easy weight.
It looked very easy.
It's just
yeah.
a matter of coming back and sinking that, really.
Yeah, yeah. And it's so hard to tell from the angle here. It's just very hard to tell actually how close it was in terms of like, you know, was it nearly in? I just can't tell from this angle actually.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, so Diana Hoon, 100 kilo opener for 57 kilo class. Again, you know, like that's a really impressive opener for 57 kilo women.
Absolutely. And especially, you know, like you said, we don't know if this is her first competition. This is... And high bar.
Oh yeah, so it is.
Girl after
That's
my own
quite
heart.
interesting. Yeah, and it's actually reasonably wide stance as well. It's quite unusual. Let's see what she makes of this. Okay, it was
Nice,
lovely.
yeah.
It was lovely. Wow. Yeah, 3 white lights.
Great opener there.
Yeah. So, people's stance, it can vary for a lot of reasons, but one of the reasons can actually be the way people's hip sockets are built.
Yeah, absolutely. And I know that some people also, due to kind of injuries, that have to change their stance up, and that's something that's pretty difficult for lifters to get into the swing of this new stance, you know.
No, very true, very true. Okay, next lifter is Naomi Chung, 47 kilo class, opening on 72.5 kilos.
I believe this is her second squat actually coming out.
Oh my gosh, sorry. Yeah, we're into the second round, aren't we? I've not had enough caffeine yet this morning. Sorry.
It will come.
Yeah. Well, hopefully our lifters are slightly more awake than I am. Let's hope. Nice.
That's a good solid second right there. Let's see.
Yeah, that looked really confident. It's like I could see that she was starting to work a bit in terms of just not by the speed of it, more just like the expression on her face. You know, this wasn't a walk in the park, but it looked pitched absolutely perfectly for a second squat, I thought.
Yeah, I mean, a second should never be as easy as an opener. It's definitely going to be a little heavy, but it moved as you would want a second to move. You know, there's still plenty of room to go up for the third there.
Absolutely. Okay, Jemima Simpson, 75 kilos now, 52 kilo class.
Getting nice and set. There's no rush, absolutely, here. It's good to see young lifters taking their time. I feel like it's definitely easy to rush that setup.
I think that seems to be something that we're seeing so far in this competition. I just seem to be seeing a lot more kind of collected kind of concentration from the lifters than I've seen in previous university championships. 3 white lights. So that was like somewhat of a tough second lift.
Well, it's almost like she paused it a little at the bottom, a bit of hesitancy. The strength, I think, is absolutely there.
Yes.
Perhaps more mental.
Yes, it very well could be, absolutely. And so it could be actually that she'll come back and make the third look easier than the second. You know, that's something that you quite often do see. Okay, so Neve, I think, didn't get her opener, but the weight looked easy enough, so let's hope that she can just nail it this time. I think it was depth, but let's see what she makes of this. Okay, that looked deep this time from where I was.
And it still moved very, very well.
Okay, I think she missed the rack command. It looked a little bit, I could be wrong, but it looked like very hasty when she put it back. Gosh, if that's what's happened, then, you know, that is just pure nerves, and it's so easy to do though.
Yeah, the strength is absolutely there, and it's important for her now to, you know, not go off and lose her head, you know, stay calm and know that she has the ability and it's there, and she has, you know, a minute's a long time.
Yeah, absolutely. So Victoria Fali here with her second squat of 90 kilos, 52 kilo class. And again, as we noted last time, she didn't have any knee sleeves on. I personally found when I was a young lifter that since I didn't train as a powerlifter at first, I just trained, you know, as a gym goer. And I found that actually my knees were perfectly well conditioned. So I didn't find I needed knee sleeves at first because I'd never used them. Now I think, okay, that was three red lights there, unfortunately. It looked high to me.
I think, again, like you said, it's so hard from some of these angles, but I think that was unfortunately just borderline. You know, when it is borderline, it can obviously tip one way or the other. And unfortunately, but she had the strength there. She can definitely come back out for the third.
Yeah, and so I don't think, you know. So I'm not sure if everyone's got a lift. Okay, so I think almost everyone's got a lift on the board. I think it's just our one lifter who needs to come out and get it on their third attempt. Okay, Jessica Davies, 90 kilo squat, 52 kilo class.
And the first one, you know, moved very, very well.
Okay, yeah, taking her time. Like, there's a lot of focus here, which is great to see. Oh, okay, good.
Missed catch from the spotters there.
Yeah.
I think it just rolled forwards a bit on her back.
I think it did, yeah. Okay, Rosie Hopkins, her second squat, 92.5 kilos, 57 kilo class. So over the last few years, the University Championships as a competition has grown immensely in size. It's a very, very big competition this year. Okay, so we've got Rosie Hopkins, 57 kilo class, 92.5 kilo second squat. But it's exciting to see the not just the growth of the competition, but the increase in the level actually as well.
That moved exactly how a second should.
Nice,
very,
nice.
very well.
Nice. 3 white lights, great to see.
We have Jolie coming up after Rosie with a 90 kilo. Oh no,
95 for her second. She got 90 on her opener. So we've got a couple of lifters who've just yet to get something on the board. But Jolie was all right. Yeah, she got her opener, so she's going 95 here. So a 5 kilo jump between the opener and the second squat. That's quite reasonable as a percentage of that weight. Like some people would do a slightly bigger jump than that, I think, for that weight, but not a lot more. I mean, a 7.5 kilo jump would be maybe the upper end of sort of the jump between first and second lifts for a 95 squat.
Again, like you mentioned last time, very close start.
Wow.
Very
okay,
good.
that was really interesting. Really, really confident descent. It was quite interesting. That was like sort of a low bar, but it was almost like a high bar style in a way.
A bit of a hybrid.
Yeah. But, I mean, she committed to it in a way that really made it look very, very assured and very strong. Okay, so Mona Chaffee, giant second squat, 97.5 kilos for the 47 kilo class.
Just missed it on depth for the
Right,
first
so
time.
she did.
Yeah.
So is this the exactly what she opened on? Yeah.
I believe it's the same weight, yeah, which we
Yeah.
know she moved very quickly.
Yeah.
So let's see if she's got the depth this time around. That looks like it should be in.
Yes, it looked better. Let's
Definitely
see.
from here. And
Okay,
2
so
white
2
lights.
to 1. I'm not quite sure. The centre referee saw something that they didn't like there, but 2 white lights is all you need.
Yeah. I mean, and I feel the most important depth calls are from the side.
They are, yeah. So it could have been something else that the centre referee saw, because they're not best placed to judge on depth, so they may have seen something else they didn't like.
The lift does look so different from every angle, though.
It
You
does.
know.
No, it totally does. It really does. Bridget Paris, 52 kilo class, 102.5 for her second squat. I mean, that's a big weight. It's very nearly double body weight, so 104. But I don't know what her actual body weight is.
I think
It's probably double body weight.
yeah, I think that was a
Okay,
jump
it's 3 white lights.
of 7.5 kilos as well.
Oh,
which
wow.
is a good solid jump.
No, it really is, and like it's a great advantage if you are able to take bigger jumps. It can be a bit of a shock to the system if you take too big a jump. Your body and your mind is not prepared for it, and it can cause you to not be able to execute the lift properly. However, if you are able to take those bigger jumps, it means you can open on a very safe weight,
Yeah.
and also it can kind of scare your competitors a little bit because they might not be expecting such big jumps. Okay, Diana Hoon here, 57 kilo class, 105 kilo second squat. High bar. It's high bar, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
That's right. Yep, the wide stance and the high bar. She made it look so powerful for her opener. It's really impressive.
It's a very confident walkout as well.
Oh, lovely.
Oh, wow, that was beautiful.
Yeah.
And yeah, 3 white lights.
Yeah. So I'll be very interested to see what deadlift stance she decides to use, because that squat there's almost no posterior chain kind of in that squat. That is quads and glutes. That position.
It's a lot of power.
Yeah, a lot of power. So, if I was to put money on it, I would say, is she going to do a sumo deadlift? Let's see.
So we're moving on to the thirds now.
Naomi Chung, 47 kilo class, 77.5 kilo third squat.
I love seeing the variety of different singlets that there are nowadays. You know?
Yes, yeah, it's true. Okay, so the third squats are intense usually for everyone. Okay, no, she gave that a good go, but
A little bit too
just
heavy.
yeah. But it's just so hard to judge your third squats. So also for the younger lifters, for various reasons, it can be particularly hard to judge the lifts because you may not have done many competitions. If you are a younger lifter, then you may still be increasing in strength quite rapidly, which makes it pretty hard to know what's going on actually and what are good attempts.
Absolutely.
Okay, Jemima Simpson, 77.5 kilo third squat.
Nice strong walkout there for Jemima.
Oh dear. Okay, she's missed that. Okay, three red lights here. That's unfortunate. Yep. So, not sure quite what happened there.
I think sometimes as well, when a lifter is slightly less experienced, that final lift is a little more scary and the grind seems a lot harder to push through.
It's mentally, it's just really hard. Absolutely. So we've got Neve Mully here, 52 kilo class, 80 kilo squat. Now, am I right in thinking she needs to get this? I don't think she's on the board yet, is she?
I believe. I believe this is.
So she needs this, right? Yeah, she does. She needs this.
Again, we've seen both times that she has the strength. It's just
Yeah.
the patience.
So I think she may have skipped the rack command last time.
behind
She
you.
just needs to like keep her wits about her. Like wait, don't rack it. Has she got it? Was it deep enough?
There we
Thank
go.
goodness for that.
You can see her running
Oh
off
my
in
gosh.
joy.
I really don't like it when lifters bomb. I don't want to see it. So I'm so glad she got that one. Well done. Okay.
We saw a little skip of joy as she came off.
Oh,
and
yeah.
I'm not surprised. It was, again, every time she moved it moved excellently.
Absolutely. Yeah. Okay, Victoria Fally, 52 kilo class, 90 kilo third squat.
Being handled by Will Pickering there. See, Victoria's second was a little sticky, but again, she made it all the way through. The strength was there.
Yeah. Now, the depth looked close from this angle, but this is not the best angle to judge. No, unfortunately, the side referees did agree. It just wasn't deep enough. Yeah.
It did move, however, very smoothly. A slow but smooth lift. Unfortunately, you know, like you said, the depth just wasn't there today.
Yeah. Okay, so Jessica Davis, 52 kilo class, 90 kilo third squat. So, I mean, I think squatting, each of the lifts is difficult in its own way, I think, mentally. For squatting, I think one of the things that makes it so hard mentally is actually just sensing that weight on your back. You know, something close to double your body weight or even more. It just feels like the weight of the earth. It can be very, very daunting indeed to feel that weight on your back, and the very last thing you feel like doing is bending your knees. So it's a mental battle to keep your concentration, while actually often it's quite terrifying.
Absolutely.
Okay, 2 to 1. That's in. She's got her third squat there. Okay.
It was a good third lift. You know, it was a small sticking point, but she fought it through, and it actually, you know, ended up moving quite quickly for a third.
Absolutely. So like she personally obviously won that mental battle there. But yeah, I mean that fear can basically make you skip commands. It can make you cut the depth on the squat, because you just lose belief in yourself when you unrack it if you're not careful. So Rosie Hopkins, 57 kilo class, 95 kilo third squat.
So this is 7.5 kilos up from her opener. So, you know, like you said, when it's a percentage of your body weight, it's a lot.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, a nice grind. Okay, that's one of the best grinds with sort of determination. Yes, 3 white lights, well earned. So I agree with what you said before, Amelia, which is that I think that's something that can come with more experience, is a little bit more belief to help you grind it out when it's hard.
Yeah, I think often, you know, without the experience, if something feels hard, then you kind of just like, this is hard, it's not going to happen. But with experience comes that opportunity to grind through it. We've got Jolie here in the 52 kilo class, and her third squat is 100 kilos.
100, yeah. Also, like, these numbers usually quite often get in the heads of us powerlifters. Like these big numbers, like the 100 kilo squat, that can often be something that, particularly for female lifters, they may have worked a long time to reach that number. This could be quite likely this is a PB for her, and like that number is a scary number. Like in your mind, it's a scary number. So let's see what she makes of it.
She looks very focused.
Oh, unfortunately not. No.
I am really very much fighting the urge to cheer for everyone. I'm not normally this close to a microphone, so I don't want to deafen everyone at home, but I'm shouting in spirit for sure.
Oh, absolutely. No, I couldn't agree more. Yeah, I really empathise with them.
So Mona's gone up to 105 kilos in her third lift. She missed her first on depth, but she's coming out now for a 105 finisher. So let's see how she manages this. I believe this isn't a PB, so I know that she's able to lift this. Let's see what she's got today.
Okay. So it's such a monstrous weight for a 47 kilo class lifter. It's just so impressive.
Oh, yeah.
Wow. Oh,
That
my.
was very quick.
Oh,
And
2
again,
to 1.
2 to
Yeah,
1.
yeah, yeah.
But, you know, at the end of the day, 3 white lights is ideal, but you only need 2.
Yeah.
And I think often that's what a lifter feels more than remembering the red.
No, absolutely. It's definitely something for the lifters to kind of bear in mind though for future competitions. Okay, Bridget Paris, 52 kilo class, 110 kilo squat. Yeah, that's just massive, really impressive weights.
We're going well over double body weight now.
Yeah. And also, you know, like powerlifting, it's a long game as a sport. I mean, you know, it can take many years for lifters to reach their peak. So, but yeah, with these young lifters nowadays,
fantastic.
Such an impressive grind, really.
I might have taken the trophy. The
Oh
best
yes,
so far.
2 to 1, amazing.
Fantastic.
112.5 next for 57 kilo class lifter Diana Boone.
With a smile heading onto the platform, something we love to see, but not often actually,
Yeah.
especially for a third. So now getting nice and focused under the bar, nice strong.
Oh wow. Yeah. Now, was it deep enough? Let's see.
Fantastic.
2 to 1. Yeah, I think one of the side referees who wasn't quite convinced, but yeah, 2 to 1, she's got it. Yeah, really impressive scoring.
Yeah, again, it moved very smoothly, and you know, the difficulty showed more in her face than her body.
Yeah, no, I agree. Also, it's very hard to judge with lifters that you don't know. Like, in terms of the speed of the lift, lifters are incredibly individual. You'll see some lifters where, you know, the speed at which they move their lifts, it might look like it was like their maximum, except then they rep it for 3, you know, like in the gym. Whereas other lifters, they'll make it look easy right up until the point when you like add another 2.5 kilos and they miss the lift entirely. And I think it's partly to do with, you know, like muscle fibers, like what kind of, whether you're fast twitch, slow twitch. Okay, so actually we're into the second group now, aren't we? This is the openers. Alexis Anglo.
So quick you missed it.
82.5, yeah, like she just got it done. Efficient. Yep, just got it done.
If you took a sip of your tea at home, you probably missed Alexis first.
Yeah.
What? It was very, very quick, and she got a lot more in the tank, I feel.
Okay, so this is the B group, and this is basically the 57 kilo class lifters with the bigger openers. So just looking down the list, yeah, we've got some pretty monstrous weights coming up actually from this group. So 57 kilo class, Holly Lamb, 85 kilo squat opener. So this B group will have just been warming up while the A group was lifting. And I've got to say, like the A group, that didn't seem like a long time to me. So, I mean, these lifters may not have had a huge amount of time to warm up. That's just how it is in competition. Okay, 3 white lights for Holly. So, yeah, competition conditions they vary a lot from one competition to the next. Sometimes you'll find you have very little time to warm up. Other times you find that you're actually, like, running out of food because the competition takes so long. Okay, we've got Natalie Constantinou. 57 kilo class, opening on 85 kilos. So I think with today's schedule, I think it's more going to be along the lines of the lifters are probably going to have quite reasonably short warm-up times.
Which, again, favours some lifters over others. You know, some people prefer it, some people prefer the longer gaps.
Absolutely. That did not look deep enough to me, I'm afraid. 3 red lights from the referees.
Again, like some of the lifters in the first group, the strength was there. You just need to sometimes come back out in your second and hit that depth a little better.
Absolutely. Okay, we've got Huang Bui here, 85 kilo opener, 57 kilo class. taking her time to just set up precisely. Yeah, really precise. She's looking at her feet, she's checking her feet are in the right place. Quite a narrow stance.
Oh yeah, that
Looks
seems
really
deep enough,
powerful.
Yeah.
Yeah, beautiful.
Three
Yeah,
white
3 white
lights.
lights. So, yeah, I think in terms of like the speed of the competition, the speed of the warm-ups and so on, yes, it can vary enormously for different lifters. A lot depending on how they're used to training. Some lifters may find themselves just generally short of time for their training sessions. What that can mean is that they're actually used to training at quite a pace. And that can mean that they can come into a competition with really the conditioning that you need to survive fast warm-ups and recover quickly between attempts. Okay, so this is Molly Donnelly, 57 kilo class, 92.5 kilo opener. Setting up carefully.
Looked good from here.
It did. Yeah, 3 white lights. Yeah, that was nice. Like she took her time. She didn't look flustered.
Absolutely. And like you said before, it's so interesting to see how different lifters, lift, and the time they take. But also, like you said before, some people might come out and their RP6 might look like someone else's RP10, and it's very, very hard to tell.
Absolutely. And depending on the lifter, they can gain confidence as they go through their attempts. So it can be, I have seen third lifts quite often on the squat that looked like as easy or difficult as the opener. And that can partly be because they're getting dialed in, their mindset is getting dialed in as they do the attempts. They're gaining a little bit of confidence, also, okay, so we've got Effie Mingus here, 57 kilo class, 95 kilo opener. So we also don't know for each individual lifter, have they had to cut weight?
Yeah.
How was the recovery after weigh-in for them? Have they got fully hydrated? Because all of that impacts on your squatting. 3 white lights, good.
That looked like a great lift from Effie. I think she's getting spoken to about her wrist wraps currently.
That's right. Yeah, you're not allowed to have the loops of the wrist wraps still over your thumbs on the platform. You've got to take those off. So I think that's what the referee was just saying to her there, I think, is like, by the way, you need to just take those loops off your thumbs.
That usually is the job of the TC, though.
It's true.
So if they get let out, they're allowed to lift.
That's a good point.
Here we have Ellie Pacey in 57, opening with 95 kilos. I'm wearing my favourite colour.
Yeah, it's nice, isn't it?
Nice,
Yeah, I like that. But yeah, as you were saying, Amelia, the leotards that are available now, I mean, oh my gosh, they're just so much nicer than the kit that was available like 10 years ago or whatever. And to be honest, for the female lifters, we often had to wear singlets that weren't really that suited to female lifters. They called them unisex, but what they really meant was men's.
And that's 3 white lights for Ellie. Yeah, I mean, it's probably a choice of 1 or 2, and now there's an issue is, which singlet am I going to buy for my competition?
Absolutely.
It's a nice problem to have.
It is. Okay, Robin Pettiford, 57 kilo class, 95 kilo opener.
We've got another UCL lifter here, repping the singlet. Taking her time. It's nice to see. It looked like depth from here.
Yes, it did. Fingers crossed. Was it?
Just waiting on that third referee.
So,
have we lost a referee? There we go.
Oh, 3 white lights. Good.
Perfect.
Excellent. Thank goodness. Yeah. So that didn't look immensely fast as an opener. However, it really could just be. Okay, it could be, as we said before, it could be just like maybe all her lifts just tend to look slow, regardless. Or it could be that, once she's got a bit of confidence, she'll commit to the lifts more in her subsequent ones. Abigail Dorgan, 57 kilo class, 97.5 kilo opener.
Again, another wide stance. It's very interesting to see.
Yeah.
She looks confident.
She does.
Nice and deep there.
That looked nice.
Very,
Yeah,
very
3
good.
white lights. So, yeah, for this B group of lifters, they might have had just a little bit more time to recover after their weigh-in. So, and if you've had to cut weight to make weight, then you really could be like praying that you just get, just every minute counts. I mean, I've found it myself that I can feel that I'm like more recovered by the time I'm doing my third squat than the first.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
We've got Holly Robson-Powell here, opening on 107.5 kilos.
Gosh, okay.
Is a big opener.
Yes, it is.
Getting nice and precise.
I'd like to think that for lifters of this age that most of them won't have like kind of really tried to cut weight to make their weight class because, okay, let's just see how Holly does. Oh
Seems good
wow.
from here.
Oh
That's
my,
very
oh
quick.
my. Oh my. Yeah, 3 white lights. Oh my gosh, yeah, that was really impressive. Yeah, for lifters of this age, I mean, they're still developing, like physically and certainly as lifters. I would expect them to be, you know, like still able to fairly rapidly put on muscle in response to training. And so for that reason, like I would hope that not many of them are really trying to squeeze into a lower weight class. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, I think it comes to how often they compete. I think is more likely for them to cut if they do compete in that weight class, maybe internationally or something.
Absolutely, that's right.
We got Hannah Matson here, opening on 117.5 kilos, which is a
goodness.
huge opener.
Yeah.
Very confident walking it out.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Oh my gosh.
That's a fantastic
Yeah,
opener.
yeah. So she looks like somebody who likes squatting. Oh my gosh, though. Okay, she's got a couple of reds on that. What was the reason there?
I think she just jumped the command at the end there. She was
Oh,
too quick for her own good, but we
Oh,
know
no.
we know it moved so
Yeah.
well. And here's an opportunity, you know, for a lifter to either safely take the same weight again, or if they're feeling confident enough to go up again.
This one is a tricky one. Okay, so she's chosen to go up. We just saw the scorecard there. She's chosen to increase the weight, and I understand why she's done that. Let's hope that she does get away with it.
So we've got Hannah Clayton here, opening on a whopping 120 kilos in the
goodness.
57 class at BUCS, which is just insane.
Yeah.
Nice big brace there. Oh yeah, no issue for Hannah there. That seemed, yeah, 3 white lights. That was a very good lift.
Very impressive. So it is so interesting, though. You know, as we go through the competition, we'll see a little bit more how the lifters' 3 lifts compare to each other, and you know what you very commonly see in powerlifting. In fact, you always see it in powerlifting is. The strength of a person's squat is often not a very great predictor at all of how good a deadlifter they're going to be. And so you know, some of these opening squats will be proportionately very large compared to the deadlifts, and vice versa.
So I believe this is on to the second lift of this group now. Holly opened at 85 kilos and has jumped 5 kilos to 90. Let's see how she gets on.
Okay, a bit sticky in the middle, but she didn't let it phase her at all. 3 white lights, well done, Holly.
And like you said, you know, some lifters just always move the bar like that. A great example is the 66 men's world champion Panna, who, you know, no matter how easy the lift is, it will always look like someone else's max out.
Absolutely.
We've got Alexis now, again, on 90 kilos. And that is a 7.5 kilo jump. It's a good solid number, isn't it?
Yeah. No, it's a good. It's nice if you can. That's a proportionately bigger jump for this. No, but I'm sensible, like a sensible jump. Oh no, she just lost her balance there. Oh dear, that's a shame. Okay, so she's not going to get that. Yeah. Unfortunately, if you move your feet after you've been given the start command, then the lift is failed. Yeah. So, but it looked quick. I mean, to be honest, I mean, it might have even been the fact that it was quite quick that unbalanced her.
Yeah, I think actually it was too much power and maybe not enough weight. So I guess we'll see if she takes that again and how she does with that. We have Natalie now, again, with 90 kilos in the 57 class.
High bar squat.
Again, I love our high bar squat.
It feels so incredibly different, actually, to a low bar. It's so interesting. I mean, to somebody who sort of hasn't tried, okay, 3 white lights, well done, Natalie. To somebody who hasn't tried both techniques, the low bar and the high bar squat, you know, you'd be surprised at how dramatically it changes everything about the lift, actually. So a high bar squat is often, it's quite nice and easy to balance because you don't need to rotate the torso quite as much. You generally stay more in an upright position for a high bar squat, so it's kind of like, you know, you're upright and it's kind of like you go down, you go up without much bend of the torso. But it can be very unforgiving though. It's pretty much impossible to grind out a high bar squat. Okay, so we've got Fuang Bui here, 57 kilo class, 92.5 kilos second squat. Let's see what she makes of it. So the high bar squat, although in some ways it's quite appealing because the bar feels like it's in a more natural position and executing the descent can kind of like feel a bit more straightforward, but it can be actually quite unforgiving if you lose position at all.
Lovely, nice and deep there.
Yeah, that's nice. That's a low bar squat there. So low bar squat, you can use the posterior chain muscles, which are big muscles. Most people do find they can squat more with the low bar squat, if they can get more comfortable with the technique for it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, everyone has their preferences. I'm sure there are many lifters today that are going to try to prove you wrong with that high bar grind. I'm sure we'll see you on the third attempt.
Absolutely.
But yeah, I think low bar squat is difficult to get, but once you get it, you know, it's definitely easier to move some heavier weight. We now have Molly coming up with a nice around 100 kilos. Again, like you said, sometimes numbers can be huge barriers for lifters, and you know, that just seeing that number on the board can be scary, but hopefully being her second lift, this moves nice and quickly for Molly. Got a nice confident walkout.
Oh dear, no. So it just got stuck there. Again, it's very hard to know. You know, was it that she was daunted by that attempt? Was it, you know, was it going to be PB? Yeah. So Effie Mingus, 57 kilo class, 102.5 for second squat. So this looks like also a 7.5 kilo jump from her opener that we've got down here. So she opened on 95.
Again, from memory, Effie's opener looked like a nice strong opener. I believe is that a Nottingham singlet? I could be wrong.
All right, okay.
The castle, I think, was the potentially the giveaway, but I suppose there are lots of castles in England.
So this time I saw that she was careful with her wrist straps as she came on, so the thumb loops are not over the thumbs this time, so she's not breaching that particular rule. Oh, that was deep, and it looked
that
beautiful.
Was wonderful. Yeah, that is exactly how you want a second to move.
Yeah, 3 white lights.
I would even be happy if my first moved like that, honestly.
Me too. Yeah, no, that she just looked like a really confident squatter.
Yeah, absolutely.
So it's funny, I mean, for different lifters, even the best powerlifters and the most experienced often have a lift which it just never ever quite feels right to them. I mean, I've spoken to some very experienced lifters about this. Okay, so we've got Ellie Pacey, 57 kilo class, 102.5 for her second squat. Let's see how that goes. But yeah, I mean, it does so much come down to proportions. For some lifters, squatting just feels like a natural thing from the very moment they try it, and you know, they feel at home doing it. But that's not the case for everyone.
Everyone does lean more towards one lift than the other, I feel. and sometimes it changes, but
Oh dear. Okay, so she's missed that. That was 2 red lights there. It might have been, I think that might have been depth.
yeah, that was on depth there. We have Robin Pettiford here, 102.5 attempt and 57 kilo class.
So that's again, that looks like a 7.5 kilo jump up. It's like, yeah, that's just a sensible increment, in my opinion, for these weights.
Yeah, absolutely, and that seemed deep enough from this angle. I think as well, you know, the first attempt, that's 3 white lights. The first attempt, as you get more experience, you learn, should really be a weight that no matter the day, you know you have. So that's often why we do see a bigger jump between the first and the second, just for that. Getting that number on the board and being confident.
Absolutely.
We're jumping up 2.5 kilos now for Abigail, and again, still in the 57 kilo class. Again, taking her time, which is great to see. There's absolutely no rush. She looks very cool, calm, and collected.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
Oh yeah, that's really nice. Yeah, I mean, technically we're seeing just an awful lot of nice technique this morning so far.
That was very, very controlled, which, you know, often helps when there's a bit of a heavier weight on your back to feel confident with the way you're moving it.
Absolutely. And also, you know, just putting into context again, you know, the sort of weights that these young lifters are handling. Okay, we've got 57 kilo class Holly Robson-Powell here coming out for 112.5 in her second squat. I mean, honestly, in a regular gym, you just won't see very many people attempting a weight like that, and that includes the big guys in the gym.
Absolutely.
Like, very rarely do I see, you know, a regular gym goer able to handle this kind of weight with anything, you know, remotely approaching, you know, good technique or anything, or even the strength for it.
And to depth as well.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely.
That was lovely.
Oh,
indeed
well
there.
done, Holly. Yeah,
a little smile there.
yeah.
She knows that moved well.
Maybe that was a PB for her, I don't know. Like, either way, it was really impressive. Okay, 2-1, she got it, that was good. Yeah.
I think she'll still be happy with that walking away. She seems curious to what that was for, but she's still got the squat on the board, which is very important. We're moving to 125 kilos now for a second attempt for Hannah, which, you know, is just huge. But again, Hannah made that first squat look so incredibly easy. It made me feel like I could go and do it. And that was a terrible idea. Right, she looks very focused.
Yeah, she does.
A lot of power. Nice big brace there.
Okay, that just looked determined from start to finish. It looked like incredibly focused and determined.
Yeah,
3 white lights. So, you know, it's hard to know for any given lifter what exactly they will have come here to achieve today. You know, for some of them, certainly somebody like Hannah with numbers like that, you know, I mean, they quite likely be looking at, you know, placing, you know, maybe top 3. But, you know, the second lift, you want to be, I mean, I would be thinking towards what I want for my third lift. You know, in my mind, when I'm doing my second squat, I'm treating it as a dress rehearsal for the third, actually.
So this is Hannah Matson, and that was a 125 kilo squat. And again, that moved excellently, 3 white lights.
So whilst, you know, what perhaps some of these will have been PBs for the second lifts, but it could be that really the third is the thing that they have their eye on. And in some cases, they might very well need it for the placings. I think that the 57 kilo class today is probably going to be pretty competitive. We'll get a better picture of that once we've seen all the squats and once we start to see the openers for the other lifts.
We'll be moving on to the third attempt now, so back to the beginning of the group.
Yeah. Okay, so just having a quick look down the forecast scores. Yeah, so looking at the top three placings, we've got projected totals at the moment of like kind of around the 320 to 342.5 kind of area. Now those are just based on what we've got so far with the squats and also the openers to their left. So those numbers are going to go up. However, if we're seeing these projected totals separated by only a matter of kind of like 10 or 20 kilos, then basically that kind of rather means that anything could happen, because that's basically one missed lift could change that. And
absolutely.
the kind of jumps that people take between their first, second and third can also change that dramatically. So Alexis Ann Lowe here, squat number 3, 90 kilos, 57 kilo class. That was lovely.
Yeah, she just missed it last time on her footing, and I think...
Oh, so she did.
Yeah, 3 white lights.
Well done. Yeah, well done, Alexis. That was really good.
She seems very happy with that, and so she should be.
Yeah. So, yes, I think it's going to be really exciting. I think we're going to probably see a bit of a scrap for the top 3 places. The lifters, you can go different ways in the competition depending on the situation. Sometimes it might be appropriate to actually take some risks, and you might know that you need to if you're chasing someone that you know is stronger. But sometimes, if things are all looking if you're in the mix, sometimes the very best thing you can do is just be sensible, actually. Try not to take risks and get good lifts, and count on your opponents missing stuff. Oh dear, Holly has missed her third just there. Yeah, it's just a little bit too heavy, unfortunately, so thanks for our platform crew there for spotting so carefully.
And like you said before, we don't know what the lifters' intentions here are today. Is it for placement? Is it an opportunity to kind of test their strength, or, just get 9 lifts on the board? So really, there is a plethora of reasons that athletes are going to be here competing today. So we will see a lot of different kind of lifting, I think.
Absolutely. And as you say, Amelia, the reasons, there are particular priorities for each lifter. That can also determine the strategy too. If some of them are here and it's just like their first competition or whatever, then they could just go for broke on their third attempts.
Yeah.
They can go for PBs. It doesn't matter if they get them or not. But yeah, if they're more kind of like, if they're looking for placings, if they're looking perhaps further ahead for things like team selection, that was Natalie Constantino there, 3 white lights.
A very quick third, yes, for 95 kilos. We've got 97.5 kilos on the bar now.
From buoy.
Extreme amount of focus. I think that gets dialed up every lift of the day.
Yeah. So the thing about kind of like the fear, like the mental fear, particularly when you unrack the squat, generally fear has a very weakening effect, actually. And so, for any individual lifter, how they handle things mentally. Did they take that a little bit too quickly? I
From
felt
here
they
it
didn't give her much
definitely
chance to
seemed
grind that. I'm not sure really quite what happened there. It is always better safe than sorry, I do have to say that, but it looked like the spotters did take it quite quickly. I'm not too sure why. Right. But they very well could have seen something that we didn't, or maybe the lifter herself might have just said like nope or something,
which is usually a good sign to please take that weight.
Yeah, exactly. The lifter's safety is obviously paramount importance. That has to come first.
Yeah, like you said, fear comes out in different ways in different people. Some people externally, some people it's an internal thing. There's some discussions about that lift going on now. Maybe the spotters did take it too quickly.
Okay. Okay, yeah, the lifter, looks like she's having a bit of a chat there with the refs. Now, I'm not sure what would happen in this situation, actually. This is quite an unusual situation.
I think I have seen it a couple times before where the lifter has been allowed to retake the lift, but I'm not sure in this circumstance what that might be. The spotters seem to be nodding, so perhaps that is the case, that they've been told they took it a tad too early.
Gosh. Yeah, okay.
Like you said, some people's grinds can look very, very difficult but still move, and you know, it's the spotter's call to make whether it's safe or not.
It is. Yeah, and you know, I mean, we want our platform crew, we want them to be alert. You know, we want them to be looking out for the safety of the lifters. So I mean, it's a very difficult job actually to maintain that kind of concentration. You know, for the platform crew throughout the whole day, it's really hard.
Yeah. So we've got Molly Donnelly now with 100 kilos, and she just missed this in her second.
Yes.
I hope she was not affected by having to wait a little longer to come out, but she looks very focused and ready to squat this way.
That was smooth.
A lot better than the second, and that's 3 lights.
Nailed it.
I think again it was probably an amalgamation of things last time, but I don't think strength was one of those things.
Yeah, absolutely. So again, you know, like we were saying before, the whole, like, you know, the fear, the being daunted by the weight, generally has something of a weakening, like quite a weakening effect. It just, to be honest, it can make you want to give up before you've even started. And so, like, how exactly lifters go about preparing themselves mentally for the lifts, I think is very individual. For some lifters, they can find that if they can channel some sort of anger is immensely effective at dispelling fear in your mind, actually. So, you know, that could be one reason why some lifters will sort of try and get themselves a bit fired up and a bit angry. But for some other lifters, they find that just simply affects their concentration, and it means that they don't execute the lift properly. So it's very, very individual.
Absolutely. We've got Effie with 107.5 kilos here. Like you said, you know, a lot of lifters, I think, have seen people get slapped up and angry for lifts, and they try it themselves, and you know, it's just not that effective for everybody. It is honestly so individual how people channel arousal and focus and fear. You know, they need to find what works best for them.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. There's no right or wrong way to do it. And actually, okay, so Effie Mingus, oh, what a nice squat.
Yeah,
I think that was good
from here.
Yeah, it was so smooth and determined. Yeah, brilliant. Oh, that was so nice. Yeah.
It was a good, solid third.
Yeah, one lifter that immediately comes to mind, actually, when we're talking about calm and collected lifters, Joy Namani comes to mind. Yeah, she's known for it. She's just known for it. And, you know, nobody can argue. Nobody can argue with what Joy Namani has accomplished as a lifter. You know, one of the most astonishing lifters we've seen, you know, over the last few years. Psyching up is not her style.
And maybe a funny parallel to that is actually Bobby Butters, who obviously competes in the same class and is, you know, really chalk and cheese there.
Absolutely. Yeah, really good comparison, that one, actually, yeah.
So we've got Ellie here with 107.5 kilos.
Okay, now she executed that in terms of like grinding it out and determination. Brilliant. Was it deep enough though?
Yeah,
it was.
fantastic.
Yes.
A little skip off the platform.
Absolutely nailed it.
Big hug to the coach there. Fantastic.
Yeah, Bobby Butters. That's such a great example. And when you meet her, like as a person,
she's so
you
calm
wouldn't
and
know
lovely.
that.
Yeah.
You wouldn't expect that. But then I think sometimes, okay, so we've got Robin Pettiford, 107.5, 57 kilo class, third attempt. But I think sometimes, I think if you're like quite a calm person, sometimes you need to channel something to get that level of arousal if you're just like naturally chilled out.
Yeah, absolutely. There are definitely lifters on both ends of that spectrum.
Yeah.
So
that was nice.
Well.
Yeah.
Was that depth? It's hard to tell from here.
Unfortunately,
not. She got caught on the sides there.
Oh, that's too bad. Too bad. Never mind. So, coach gave her a little bit of a hug there, consolation.
I think coming away knowing you still moved the weight is a huge success as well, especially if it is a PB. Even if it wasn't technically to comp standards, I think knowing that you still are able to move that weight and you can just push that to better standards next time is a huge win in itself.
Absolutely. No, absolutely. And I mean, it can be a real. I mean, competitions are always such a learning opportunity, like every single one. So okay, we've got Abigail Dargan here, 112.5 for her third attempt, 57 kilo class.
Again, third lift, and every lift Abigail has looked so calm. So let's see how she executes this final lift.
Okay, quite a slow descent.
Again, so
quite well controlled.
Yeah. Was it to depth?
If it was deep enough, oh no, it wasn't.
Unfortunately not.
No.
I think as the weight gets heavier, sometimes it does feel a little scarier, and it does tempt you towards that higher.
Well, is it? Yeah, it's a problem because basically, when you are at your maximum, like every centimetre of depth will make that lift harder. And so it is a very tough judgment to make sometimes. It is a little bit subjective. Experienced referees are usually very consistent with their judgments. But even then, because every lifter has a different style, you don't have the video playback to rely on as a referee typically in these competitions. So you need to make that expert judgment kind of as quickly as you can, really, and it isn't easy. And so the lifters actually do need to consider that it isn't actually, it doesn't actually matter really whether the lift was actually technically in or not. What matters is what the referees saw.
Yeah. This is Holly Robson-Powell here with 117.5.
First squat.
Again, very deep.
Oh, so nice. Okay, let's see, was it deep enough? It looked great from where I saw it. But yeah, 3 white lights.
And a little
well
jump
done. Oh my
there.
gosh. Yeah, so nice.
We love to see some energy after a final lift.
But I think, sometimes I'll see, on Facebook, you'll see lifters debating about, was that in, for a training lift, was it deep enough, was it deep enough?
Yeah.
And really, you've got to make it convincing because, the referees need to be convinced. And so whether you were in by 1 millimetre or not is almost academic. If the referees aren't convinced, then it doesn't actually matter.
So this is Hannah Matson with a huge 127.5 kilo final lift. Yes, from the University of Nottingham, as it says in the back of her singlet.
Come on, Hannah!
Yeah, very impressive. Let's hope she gets this. Come on, Hannah. Wow. Oh, the depth was
Very
there.
good.
Oh, wow,
That's
that was
very,
great.
very small sticking point there, but it was...
Yeah, that was absolutely textbook perfect third squat. That was so nice, so impressive. Okay, just nipping ahead here on the squat with 130 is Hannah Clayton.
Yeah, again, an absolute gargantuan squat.
So just looking ahead at the numbers, Hannah needs her third squat here because on the deadlift, compared to Hannah Matson, she's going to give away a few kilos on that lift, actually. This is going to be interesting because also on paper, Hannah Clayton is the better bencher. But if any one of them misses an attempt, that could change.
Nice big smile there.
Yeah,
Let's
also
see.
lovely.
Perfect.
3 white lights.
It definitely will be a bit of a battle of the Hannahs here.
It will.
Which we'll make sure to use last names for commentary. It's going to get a little confusing there.
So I'm looking forward to seeing the full score sheet in a minute.
Absolutely.
And see kind of, now we've got the squats done, we're going to have a much better idea of how the rest of the competition is going to pan out. But it looks like we're going to see some close fights, certainly in the 52s, certainly looking that way in the 57s as well.
Absolutely, and again, Hannah Clayton and Hannah Matson's benches are pretty similar, but Holly Robson-Powell is right up there with a very similar and actually higher opener on bench, so it'll be very, very interesting to see how these kind of top 3 positions pan out over the day.
Absolutely. Okay. This is right. So this is the lifter who we think
the spotters took too early,
So she hasn't had terribly long to recover, and so this is tough, right? So I just wish her all of luck in the world, and
hope that she can
just give it your all.
Give
it your all, Sean.
The spotters are probably too scared to kind of go too near now.
Just give it your all.
The spotters should, always wait for a downwards movement or a signal from the lifter, but as we said, it's so difficult sometimes to know when the right time to make that call is for different lifters. Nice big brace.
Yeah, let's go!
Everyone wants her to get it.
That's such a shame. Yeah, and that was close. That was really close. Yeah, you can't help but wonder how much energy she did lose on the previous attempt. We'll never know. We'll never know.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's a bit of a mental shake there when we lose that.
Ramsey.
But, that was a great first round of squats, and we saw some very good technical lifts, some very strong lifts. It leads to a very exciting day,
Yeah, absolutely. And I think something as well that we're absolutely seeing in this competition, and we've been seeing in women's powerlifting for a few years now, is we're seeing depth. We're seeing depth in the ranks, in the weight classes, because, a few years ago, certainly on a world level, you had individuals who were, still very competitive even now. People like Kimberly Walford, or Jennifer Thompson from the 63kg class. They've been hitting enormous numbers that are still competitive even on the international stage now, and both of them are masters lifters. But the difference is that, say, like 10 years ago, there was almost no one that could catch them.
Yeah, and the standard now has just risen so much. It is absolutely crazy, and being at BUCS, it's amazing to see, the new era of lifters, and, who eventually actually will be replacing those world champs.
Absolutely. So, yeah, actually thinking of Kimberly Walford, I think for the first time in, certainly a decade, she didn't win in Worlds.
Yeah. So I think we are having a bit of a break before bench now, and then we will catch you back for the 47s and 52s, and the 57s for their bench openers.
So usually
bar is loaded for Naomi, and that is 32.5 kilos. Welcome back, everybody. I hope you enjoyed your little tea break.
So this is 47 kilo class. So I saw a study recently saying something along the lines of the bench press, the proportion that a bench press makes up of a female lifter's total is actually quite a good predictor of her overall
That was lovely.
kind of competitive level.
Wow.
That was really nice. Yeah, that's a lovely opener. And I think possibly one reason for that would be that women don't naturally have a lot of muscle on the upper body, and I believe that's just a reaction to like lower testosterone levels. I believe that the upper body in particular responds to testosterone by like growing larger in terms of muscular structure. So women need to build that muscle from scratch, and that takes years.
Yeah.
It takes years.
Absolutely. And again, these lifters are all relatively young, especially in their lifting careers. This is Neve opening with 40 kilos from the 52 kilo class. It's funny you say that actually, because I remember back in the day when I did Duke of Edinburgh, and you know rucksacks have straps.
Oh yeah,
on the top.
yeah.
They say that men predominantly carry it on their shoulders.
That's 3 white lights there for Neve. Yeah.
And women use the buckle around their waist to use their hips to carry it, because that's where our natural muscle
That's so
usually.
interesting. Yeah, like I did the Duke of Edinburgh, and I really struggled with the weight of the pack. Like it was kind of as a slim young woman, it would crush me to carry it.
Literally every kilo I put onto my hips to carry.
Yeah. No, same
It
here.
helped a lot.
Absolutely. Okay, so we've got Diana Huhn here, 57 kilo class, 40 kilo opener.
I'm not sure. Oh, her hair is being asked to tie back.
Oh,
I'm not sure. I didn't know personally that was a rule.
no. Unfortunately, I'm not actually a qualified referee myself, so I actually, although I've done like over 30 powerlifting competitions, there are some rules that even I'm not too certain of, some of the more technical ones.
On your next competition, just for a bit of an experiment, go down for your first bench with your hair down and I guess see what happens. Okay, we've got 40 kilos here for Diana. Nice, solid opener.
Yeah, absolutely.
We're going to see, because bench
Three
is so
white lights.
technical,
Yeah.
we're going to see such a vary of technique here, small arches, big arches, different setups, and it is so interesting to see, how different lifters do bench and their ROM and everything like that. I know there's a lot of controversy around that.
Yeah, oh my gosh, yes. Like the whole like arching on bench press seems to be an argument that never dies.
Yeah.
So basically any sort of sensible powerlifting coach would usually be actually working to develop the flexibility of the backs of their lifters, because it does tend to put you in a safer and better position to arch your back on a bench press.
So this is 42.5 kilos for Bridget, who's a 52 kilo lifter. That was, again, very quick.
Yeah, nicely done.
Yeah, I mean, I think
3 white lights.
less people have a problem with it than do have a problem with, arching. But it's, if the skill is there, it's just a benefit to the sport. It's something that they've developed, and, obviously that's my personal stance. It's something that you can develop, and some people are going to have a better advantage. Like in basketball, some people are taller, and they've got a better advantage there.
Absolutely. I mean, ultimately, although those of us who take part in sport, we sort of we have the mindset that it's a fair playing field and everything. The truth is, though, is that there is a great deal of natural variation amongst athletes, and. On the bench press, actually, one of the greatest advantages you could possibly have on the bench press is simply having short arms.
Yeah, just and that's a terrible disadvantage for deadlift, It's just...
It is, and that's one thing that makes it interesting. So I actually did look at numbers. Okay, so this is Rosie Hopkins, 47.5 kilo opener.
Nice, good setup
57 kilo class.
So she's going to have a bit of an arch, because, you can see she's setting up for that, and the setup is a little different, a bit more technical when doing so.
Yeah. So that's fairly similar to how I set up, actually. So I mean, she's got better arms than me, so I'm jealous. But yeah, setting up with your shoulders on the bench, but like your glutes off the bench, actually can get you in a nice position. And
a lot
it
of
makes
leg
it,
drive.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, that was technically very well executed. Okay, Jemima Simpson. It's opening on 50 kilos. So anything, when you're getting close to like a body weight bench press for a female lifter, like that is serious hard work usually that will have gone into that. It just, you typically can expect for kind of female lifters versus male lifters, you can expect that male lifters will typically often be benching like twice what a female lifter is, even around similar body weight. Like that's how much of a difference there can be in the bench press.
But no less impressive, it like you said, it is incredible to see any lifter, but especially lifters at BUCS, to be benching body weight or near body weight.
No, absolutely.
So we've got quite a wide stance here, which is interesting to see.
Yeah. So it looks like, certainly, it's hard to see the rings from here. That looked close to the maximum allowed grip. 3 white lights there.
It was a very quick command, very generous, which, if the touch is there.
Absolutely. So, I mean, yes, technically, there isn't any sort of legal amount of time that the bar has to spend on the chest. It simply has to be motionless. So the bar has to come to a stop on the chest, and as soon as the referees determine that that is the case, they can give the press command. There is no kind of waiting time per se. Having said that, you will see that quite often there can be a delay before the press command is given, and that can often be because the bar might be kind of bouncing around a bit.
Which, it is at times, especially when you're nervous or when the weight's heavy, hard to keep it at that.
Absolutely. The other thing is that the faster you can bring the bar to your chest, typically the more energy you'll save, but often at the cost of bouncing the bar. So it's a careful trade-off with the speed of the descent. You want it to be as fast as possible without it bouncing when you get to the bottom.
So that was 3 white lights for Victoria at 52.5. So we're above body weight now, and it's the same weight in the bar for Jessica. Again, a 52-kilo lifter.
Okay, so Jessica is projected to be in the top 3 for the 52-kilo weight class today. So this is going to turn out to be very interesting. So as it currently stands, in the mix of our top 3 lifters, we've got Bridget Paris, Jessica Davies, who's just setting up her bench press at the moment, and also Victoria Fanley.
Yeah, and the space between first and second for the 52s really isn't so far away. There's currently 7 kilos in it. We have Jessica here, a bit of a longer pause, but nonetheless moved very, very well. That's 3
Good
white
3 white lights, yeah.
She had a bit of an Owen Hubbard start there with her head backwards on the bench.
Oh, right, I didn't notice that.
Yeah, we love to see it. I definitely know that. I train in a commercial gym and I get some side eyes when I set up the bench.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
So now moving well above body weight for Jolie in the 52s. We've got 57.5 kilos. Nice. Here she comes.
So I was curious myself actually about statistics for kind of like bench press generally, and kind of like how that relates to other people, the rest of the lifts for a lifter. And the one correlation that I did find is that generally a stronger bench presser tends to equal a weaker deadlifter, and precisely, almost certainly because of the arm length situation. Yeah. So I couldn't actually find, when I looked at the numbers a few years ago, I couldn't actually find any other correlation. So like the squat was not a great predictor of how good a deadlifter a person would be. And there wasn't really a relationship either between the squat and the bench press. The one relationship was between the bench and deadlift, which is quite interesting.
Again, and that's talking about, what we were saying before, the leverages and disadvantages and advantages.
Yes,
Jolie
absolutely.
Has a nice high rib cage here, which is...
Yeah, such a nice position. Yeah. Three white lights.
So far, so good. We've had only greens, only good lifts so far. I hope that I'm not jinxing anyone there, but everything so far looks good.
Okay, so we've got Mona Chaffier coming up here for a monstrous 62.5 kilo opener for 47 kilo class lifter. That's huge.
That is absolutely massive.
Oh my gosh, yeah, that's amazing. So looking at her her other lifts, it looks like her deadlift is indeed actually proportionately, I would say that based on her openers, her deadlift is the weaker lift for her. So it could very well be actually that she has kind of like more like short arms, but not necessarily. I mean, the greatest bench presser in the world, bar none, Jennifer Thompson, 63 kilo class lifter, benches 145 kilos, 63 kilo class. She has like quite long arms actually.
Some people just do have that crazy strength.
Absolutely.
That moved exactly how you want an opener to move.
Oh, that was phenomenal. Yeah, that
Technically
was
very
amazing.
good.
Yeah.
3 white lights.
And again, like that's getting to the kind of weights where, I mean, certainly for smaller men in the gym, you won't necessarily see a regular gym goer lifting much more than that, 60 kilos in a bench press. That's quite common training weight for a lot of men.
Yeah, I mean, certainly not in the gym I go to. So we have Naomi now for a second bench press, and this is 35 kilos in the 47 kilo class. So I think this is where Mona does pull away a little bit with the total, as her bench is significantly higher.
Yeah. So yeah, we've only got the two competitors in the 47 kilo class today. It certainly looks from the projected totals as though we know kind of like which way that competition is going to go. Let's just wait and see.
Absolutely. Until the final deadlift, it's still anybody's game.
Yeah. So in a way that's kind of it's quite a nice position to be in actually for both lifters in a way, because it means that you don't really have to stress too much about the competition. You can just concentrate on what you want to do yourself. 3 white lights there for Naomi. So in a way they can almost be focusing on their personal objectives for this competition. If they want PBs, they're probably both in a safe position to just go for them, knowing that it won't really change the outcome. And they're both, unless one of them bombs, which I certainly hope doesn't happen, and it's unlikely now the squats are done, to be honest. They're both assured a medal position anyway. So actually, as a lifter, it's like that can be your like less stressful situation.
Absolutely, and like you said, it's a slow game, powerlifting, and there's absolutely no rush to reach that peak, and you don't really want to at this age, So
No.
It's a slow burning sport, and I think that's a great thing. We have Diana now with 45 kilos for her second attempt, taking time with the setup.
So just looking at the forecast placings. Diana's a little bit lower down the list of lifters. And that was 3 white lights. Well done. Yeah. I mean, some lifters take years to develop. I did, and then every lifter does really need an individualized training approach to reach their best. But in the early years, most lifters are going to get strong doing almost any training program, actually.
Yeah.
So most likely, lifters at this age won't have had to have dialed in absolutely everything about their training process. As long as it's somewhat sensible and they put in the work, they're probably going to keep getting stronger for a few years yet.
Absolutely, and one of the most important things is to enjoy competing. I think it's very easy to forget that you're doing this because you love it.
Yeah, absolutely.
So we have Neve here with 47.5 kilos, and before I could even finish it, she'd benched it.
Yeah, it looked good. Yeah, 3 white lights. Well done, Neve.
So
Neve took a little bit of time to settle on her squat, but yeah, she's doing nicely on the bench press. So I think maybe she's shaking her nerves a bit.
Absolutely, and maybe bench is her preferred lift. It really does vary from lifter to lifter.
Okay, so Bridget Paris, she is one of our medal contenders. In fact, her projected total actually does put her in first position, but oh my gosh, it's going to be close. Like, at the moment, there's only a good 2.5 kilos separating projected first and second in the 52 kilo class.
Absolutely.
That's going to be really exciting.
And, you know, she got ahead quite far with her squat, but in terms of bench and deadlift, you know, it is very close, so it's going to be a tight battle there.
Absolutely.
That's a good lift for Bridget. And now we are moving on to Rosie Hopkins with 50 kilos.
So yeah, this is a very respectable bench press for a 57 kilo class lifter, and a young lifter at that, you know, like 50 kilos. Yeah, I remember, like, as a lifter myself, before I really had any proper coaching as such, but I was stuck on 50 kilos for quite a while. Like, it was kind of like I really struggled to get past it. So yeah, it's not a small weight at all.
Absolutely. And she's taking her time. I think, you know, it's very easy to want to get onto the platform and get off as quickly as possible, but, you know, it's really, really good to know that you've got the full minute and take it.
Totally.
Especially because bench is so technical.
Yeah. So she's got a very careful, precise setup. She really takes her time on it.
Yeah. Again, another wide leg stance.
And there was a real, real strong, intentional bracing there that we saw of her arch and shoulders before she set up. And beautiful bench press.
3 white lights. And that was a beautiful example of taking your time. You know, she finished the lift with 5 seconds left. She really used all that time to set up. And, you know, it paid off for her.
Okay, so we've got Jemima Simpson next, 55 kilos in the 52 kilo weight class, so like over body weight now, which is a significant achievement for female lifters to get to the point where they can bench their own body weight, because female lifters, the muscular structure is the muscles distributed differently, and so women don't have on average as much muscle on the upper body as men. So as a proportion of their totals, you'll generally see that the bench press will contribute less. So a 55 kilo this is second round, sorry. Second lift, 55 kilo second attempt for Jemima. A 52 kilo class is very, very big. It's very impressive.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm sure she's ecstatic to get those yellow plates on.
Yeah. Okay, so not much of an arch there for her, personally. Very nice bench press. Yeah, 3 white lights.
That's all strength there.
Yeah. So I think it's funny, you know, the whole like arch discussion. I mean, some powerlifters do object when you see, you know, kind of like literally in some cases for maybe like ex-gymnasts, you'll see like literally almost like a centimetre or 2 range of motion on bench press, but that's so incredibly rare. And it usually arises from somebody who has been training as a gymnast since they were a small child. So it isn't as if they haven't put in the work, actually, you know, a lot of the time.
Yeah, I mean, it's all technique and skill. And, you know, you see it with a lot of the French lifters, the Norwegian girls, the Russian girls at Worlds, where they really, the ROM is tiny, but they've worked hard to get that weight on the bar still and, you know, to manage to get into that position. And, you know, we've got Victoria here with 55 kilos and, you know, I think the 52 kilo class is definitely getting stronger and stronger.
Yeah. Okay, so she is, at the moment, she's in projected 3rd place for this weight class. Now, it looks from the projections as though, you know, she'll have a fight on her hands to catch second, but it's not out of the question. It's not out of the question.
Absolutely.
In terms of, like, 3rd and 4th, that is close. Right, okay, so if Victoria wants to finish on the podium at the end, she is going to have a serious fight on her hands against Jolie Liu, actually. There's only 2.5 kilos separating their projected totals for 3rd and 4th. That's a fight.
Absolutely, and I think when you get into these situations, it's keeping the kilos rather than pushing and losing a podium position, perhaps.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
We've got Jessica here in the 52 kilo class with a 57.5 kilo bench press on her second. taking her time and setting up to get a bit more of the arch than some of the lifters have. You know, nice strong self-hand out as well.
Oh, yeah, nice. Yeah, I mean that means that you're sort of in control of everything. If you choose to do the handout for yourself. Okay, so she got one red light there. Not quite sure what that was for, but she got 2 whites, so it's all good.
Absolutely. Unfortunately, the referee that is on that side is behind some screens, so we can't actually see
Right.
where they are coming from.
Okay, so now after the 2 bench presses for our 2 leaders there, placings 1 and 2, we've got basically 5 kilos separating Bridget Paris and Jessica Davies after bench press number 2 on their totals, that is.
And for Jolie, like we said, this every kilo counts where she's fighting for that place on the podium.
So for the bench press for the women, it can often be the case that the attempt selection isn't actually terribly complicated because 2.5 kilo jumps are often quite big actually as a proportion of the total bench press here. So what that can mean is that it can mean that you can go from a very safe second attempt and add 2.5 kilos and then you just can't do the third. So like in a way it's almost like you're often in a position where there is no other option other than just like add 2.5 kilos, except that you probably know that you're not going to get it.
Unfortunately, it's a little too heavy there, 62.5. Only her second attempt though, so she can come back and get it.
Yes.
Perhaps that was nerves.
That might. Yeah, it might cost her if she. Yeah, let's hope she does come back and get that because, given how close it is, like between
third and fourth.
Oh yeah, like so she's going to need that. So that means that like third place, Victoria's pulling away a bit at this point. But come the deadlift, let's see what happens.
Yeah, so we've got Mona now, who is the lightest in the group, but benching the heaviest in the group, which is very, very impressive. And she's coming out with a 67.5 kilo second attempt. This is 20 kilos on her body weight at least. More so actually.
Goodness.
And yeah, she moved the first one very, very well. It's a 5 kilo jump, which, you know, again, is a pretty big jump, but I think it's definitely the right call. So we'll see how it goes.
No, I agree. Like a 5 kilo jump, it is a big jump, like a sensible one. But it's not uncommon. It's certainly not uncommon to see 2.5 kilo steps between first, second, and third attempts for this type of range of weights.
And that was a good lift for Mona, and again, moved just like an opener would. So I'll be interested to see what she goes up to for her third. As you know, it is possible that first is already secured, so whether she'll push it or just keep it pretty safe.
Yeah.
So she's gone up 5 kilos, which I think again is a similar jump, it's the same jump, and
given how it moved, I can see why.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Totally.
Yeah.
Naomi Chung, 47 kilo class, 37.5 kilo. Third attempt. So we're into the third attempts now. So she's gone up from 35 kilos to 37.5. And really, there's kind of nowhere else to go, really. I mean, that's what I mean about, the bench press attempts being like often actually kind of almost like predetermined, really. Yeah. Like that's a big, 2.5 kilo jump is actually very, very big as a proportion of 37.5 kilos.
Absolutely. And you see a lot in kind of uni and junior lifting that people don't wear knee sleeves or wrist wraps, and it's definitely interesting to see whether they keep that on throughout their career.
Yeah. Now, that appears to have been a technicality of some kind. I'm not sure, she may have skipped a command. That's a shame because, it was a good lift in terms of the weight and the way she moved it. It was really good.
Yeah, and she still came off smiling, which is always fantastic to see. It's a great attitude, and she's still having a fantastic day.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And also, I certainly know when I've any technical mistakes I've made in competitions, and even as an experienced lifter, even kind of after something like 25 competitions, I still manage to mess up commands on one of my lifts actually. But I usually find that when you mess up a specific thing, it usually gets seared into my mind. So I'll never make that mistake again. I'll make another one, but not that one.
So you've got Diana here with 47.5 kilos. Yeah, often when you make a mistake, that's something you really focus on and go, okay, well, I never want to make that mistake again.
Yeah.
It's a good ride.
Oh, no, unfortunately not. No. So, yeah, that was, classic situation. She got 45, quite nicely. 47.5, there was no other option but 47.5, really, after 45.
I mean, she knew it was going to be a bit of a push, and she came out anyway. She could have, not come out, but it was very, very close, and I think that weight will be there for her very, very soon as well.
Yeah.
We've got Bridget Harris coming out now with a 50-kilo third attempt, and obviously Bridget is currently projected for first, but between her and second is only 2.5 kilos. So,
oh my gosh, it's going to be such a scrap on the deadlift.
Yeah, which we all love to watch a deadlift battle. It's very, very exciting.
Absolutely. So, as a lifter, I think I think some lifters look forward to those types of highly competitive scrapping scenarios. I've got to say, personally, I actually don't. However, if I do come out on top after a fight like that, then it's often one of my proudest competitions. So it can bring out something special from the lifters.
So that was a good lift from Bridget,
well
and like we
done.
said, every kilo counts at this point.
Getting your third lifts in when you're in that situation, that's going to matter.
Absolutely. And we have Neve Marley now, and she is finishing with a 52.5 kilo bench attempt. And let's see how this goes for her. She's coming on very focused.
Wow, she's taken impressive jumps on her bench press. So she started on 40, then she went 47.5. That's a giant jump, actually, between first and second. And now 52.5. So, I mean, that's great. If you can make those jumps, that is such a nice way to do it, because it means you there's no way that you would bomb. There's no way you would bomb if you can open light like that. Okay, she didn't get that. That's a shame, I guess maybe it was a PB. She didn't have to probably go up by 5 kilos, but at this point, why not though? I mean, if she wanted it, there was no reason not to, insofar as she's not in medal contention, and perhaps it was a PB.
Yeah.
So, Rosie Hopkins, the same weight on the bar, 52.5 kilos.
Although she's not in contention for a medal going back to Neve, she and fourth are still pretty close. There's only 10 kilos in it, so she could hit for fourth still.
Oh,
and her
good point.
is higher.
That is a good point, actually, yeah. So, as we were saying earlier, there's some real depth in the women's competitions, and to see that also for, younger lifters like this is it's very exciting, actually. It's really cool. Very precise setup here, and very steep torso angle to get the bar just there, which I find helps stabilize the bar a lot, because your arms are close to the sides of your body if you've got your torso kind of up like that. And that means that you can use your lats to stabilize the bar, just everything really. So a nice strong arch there. 3 white lights.
That's exactly how you want a third to look and to go. So Rosie there was wearing Notorious lifts, and there obviously is a choice between wearing heels, wearing slippers. Do you have a preference of what you prefer to wear on bench?
Good question. Yeah. So, on the bench press, more than anything, I favour a shoe with a heel that sits very solidly on the ground, because if you lift your heels off the ground, or if it looks as though you have, then you can get a red light for that.
Yeah.
So sometimes you'll see lifters with softer shoes, maybe they're wearing a Converse or something like that, and actually sometimes their heel is on the ground but the sole is curling up at the edge, and that can mean they won't get the start command or anything like that. So I personally do fine it. So we've got heeled Olympic lifts, Olympic shoes here, heeled kind of squat shoes. That's such a classic shoe to choose, because the shoe is very flat on the sole. It's very flat.
Yeah.
It's solid. It's not moving around and lifting up.
So that was 3 white lights for Jemima at 57.5 kilos. Fantastic.
Yeah, and that's a big weight for a 52 kilo class lifter. Yeah, no wonder she's happy.
So I'm actually, I think the opposite to you. I I wear slippers for every single one of my lifts.
Ah, interesting.
But I think as well, it's, you know, ankle mobility comes into it, and you know how well you can put that down.
But then with a slipper as well, you've not got a squashy sole on that either, right? So I mean, your heels, you can see that they're on the ground, presumably.
Yeah. So you know, it's as close to barefoot, I suppose, as you can get on the platform, which some people prefer.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So in terms of also like whether the lifters have a bit of a heel on the shoe or not, I mean, arguably it will enable you to push yourself into a slightly higher arch position if you've got a heel. But honestly, for me personally, I feel that the difference is small. For me.
Absolutely. And we've got Victoria with 57.5.
No, that's just too heavy.
A little bit too heavy today.
But again, like, yeah, she got her 55. So again, there was really nowhere else to go. You know, so like that was the only possible thing she could have attempted for a third, really.
And that's the thing, you see, like the big difference between obviously the lightweight women and the heavyweight men, let's say, whereas their jumps can be 20, 25 kilos, and it's absolutely nuts. And you know, they have the option to go anywhere from 2.5 to 20 kilos, and you know, if they need to take that minute jump for them, they can, whereas
absolutely
the increments are so much smaller for female lifters often.
Yes, absolutely, very much.
So we have Jessica Davies coming up now with a lovely 60 kilos.
This is going to matter because she's sitting in second place at the moment, and there's only 2.5 kilos separating the projected forecast totals for her and Bridget Harris. So really, you know, like neither of these lifters can afford to make a mistake. Neither of them can really afford to miss a lift. So arguably, Jessica, you know, needs this more. Oh, let me just look at the deadlifts. Yeah, Jessica absolutely needs this more because Bridget is significantly. Is she a stronger deadlift?
A little bit
no, actually, no. Jessica has a slightly stronger deadlift by the looks of it. So actually, that puts her competitively at a slight advantage.
So it's just 5 kilos between them still, even after that. So
oh my, it's going to be so close.
Deadlifts will be a bit of a battle. Fantastic, and that I believe brings us to Jolie, who's got a 62.5 kilo third attempt in 52 kilo class, which you know is well above 10 kilos above body weight.
Now, was this? Do you remember? Was this a technicality that she missed the second on?
I believe so.
I'm afraid I can't quite remember actually. Let's see what she makes of this.
Bit of Owen Hubbard setup.
Oh yeah, I see what you mean.
Yeah.
Absolutely, yeah, like turning your forehead onto the bench. Yeah,
it's
that's
very
classic.
impressive.
Yes,
I don't think I
is.
could do that.
So I mean, some lifters, they have great flexibility. Partly, you know, if they're younger, it's a bit easier anyway. They tend to be more flexible. If they've had any sort of background in gymnastics, then they can have fantastic flexibility for that reason. And it may come from a background of many years of work already. You just don't know. Oh my gosh,
wow.
That was very nice.
And that is
what a beautiful third lift.
That is
really impressive.
So she took that weight again when she failed it for a second, and she got it 2-1, which is, you know, a close call, but coming out the best side of it.
Totally. No, what a great lift. Yeah, and she was understandably delighted with that. I don't know if she was delighted, you know, simply because she got the lift, or because it was PB, or because, you know, like fourth and third position are awfully close. So really, you know, that. Especially because that was a 5 kilo jump up from her opener, actually.
Yeah.
That has made a real difference on the forecast scores. That's put her back in contention.
Yeah. So we got Mona here again, the 47 kilo lifter, the heaviest in the group, with a gargantuan 72.5 kilo bench press for her third attempt.
Stunning. Yeah.
So she's very technical with the way she sets up.
Absolutely. So I'm just thinking back to my first numbers when I was competing. I've always competed in the 63 kilo class.
Oh, fantastic from Mona. Let's see if that is a good lift. And it is 72.5 kilos.
So this is a
That is
63
nuts.
kilo lifter. In my first competition, like 2011, I think I totaled about 290. So basically, in the 47 kilo class, it looks like she's smashing those numbers out.
Yeah, that's a lot of strength, regardless of the body weight. But if you take that into account, that is just absolutely nuts. We'll be moving on to the second group of girls now, starting with Holly Lamb in the 57s, and that will be an opener of what looks like 32.5 kilos.
So, yeah, we've got certainly some real depth in the top three. It looks like the top three in this class are fairly well separated from the rest of the group. So in projected third place at the moment, we've got Holly Robson-Powell, so not this Holly, but a different Holly. Holly Robson-Powell's projected third, sitting on a projected total of 312.5. Projected fourth is sitting on like 282.5. So, I mean, I'd be surprised if we see any change in that order. It looks like the top three are probably predetermined almost.
Yeah, absolutely. And between first and second is 10 kilos currently.
And that is going to be interesting.
And you never know the jumps that people take on deadlifts, let alone a bench, but deadlifts especially used to be a bit bigger.
Absolutely, absolutely. So, like some close jumps on the bench press, maybe a missed attempt here and there, and that gap could already start to disappear even at the bench press.
Yeah.
So, yeah, Alexis Ann Lowe, 57 kilo class, 42.5 kilo opener. So, just looking down the list of openers, we've basically got kind of like a really steady range of attempts actually within this 57 kilo class, all the way from Holly's opener 32.5 kilos right up to a 70 kilo opener for Hannah Clayton right at the end of the flight.
It seems like Holly is taking down her opener, as it was put down as 72.5 before, I believe.
Oh, interesting.
I don't know if that's tactical or whether maybe she's just, her warm-ups weren't feeling quite as strong as usual. Who knows? But we will definitely have to see what happens there.
Okay, so that was unfortunately, she didn't get that. Was that a technicality there? Like, I was just looking at the score sheet for a moment. I just didn't miss that. Right, we've got Natalie Constantino, 57 kilo class, 45 kilo opener.
Just almost at that 100-pound mark. Everything looks better when you look at it in pounds.
I know,
doesn't it?
you're right.
When I tell my friends that don't lift about any of my lifts, I'll be like, oh yes, this many pounds. They don't need to know the kilos.
That reminds me actually of Linda Hamilton from Terminator 2. I remember reading about some of her lifts, and I remember a journalist saying oh yeah, she can smash out a 100-pound bench press, and so yeah, I agree. Pounds is sounds nice, doesn't it?
It does. Nice round numbers there.
Yeah. But I mean, it is actually, it is true that is actually a substantial amount for female lifter, particularly light to middleweight female lifter. It really takes quite some work actually to get to that point. She made it look easy.
Yeah, a lot of strength there, and 3 white lights, fantastic.
Yeah. So yeah, it will be interesting, as you say, if Hannah Clayton, from what we can tell, she's dropped her opener just a little bit. Hang on.
No. Holly Robson-Powell.
Sorry, Holly. Got you. Oh yeah, she's dropped it quite a bit, hasn't she?
So we've got Robin Pettiford now with 47.5 kilos in the 57 kilo class. Robin is taking time to dig her feet and shoulders in.
It's an interesting one, that. Yeah, such a drop in a bench opener is maybe a little bit unusual.
Again, it could be something that is, planned to make the competitors think something else, or potentially today she's just not feeling quite as strong.
Yeah, I mean, it's not impossible that she might have tweaked something in the warm-ups.
She is making us wonder, though. She's causing a topic of conversation. Maybe that's what she wanted the competition to do. So maybe we're playing right into her hands. So we have 50 kilos on the bar now, a wonderful round number.
Yep. Okay, so Fongui here. So a lot of the lifters in this class are sitting around this kind of like, kind of like 50 to 60 kilos is kind of like the middle, very much the middle of the pack. So really sitting around, close to body weight bench presses, a little bit under, maybe by the third attempt getting up to body weight.
Yeah. It's always interesting on a lifter's first bench attempt to see what their technique is like. She has a very high rib cage, a good arch.
Yeah. Now that was quite, I was going to say it was quite a short range motion. It wasn't ridiculously short. Okay, 3 white lights, well done.
Yeah, it moved, she got 3 white lights. It looked a little difficult for an opener, but perhaps that could be nerves or something.
Yeah. I think something I find with the bench press, more than the squat and the deadlift. Okay, so sorry, we've got Effie Mingus here, 57 kilo class, 52.5 kilo opener. And Effie is sitting in projected 5th position actually. I don't think we're going to see any major upsets, but it's not impossible she could catch 4th. So let's see.
Yeah, the gap is quite big, but again, weirder things have happened in places. So it's definitely worth keeping an eye on. Although I think maybe a bit of a stretch to catch up to 4th, but solidifying her 5th place.
Yeah.
Again, a very quick opener. Moved very well, and that's 3 white lights for Effie.
Well done. So I think for me, the bench press, probably more than the other 2 lifts, deviates the most from kind of a gym lift situation, because you cannot simply do your bench press with no thought about your surroundings, because you have to wait there with the bar on the chest for the press command from the referee. So you cannot just zone in to kind of the physical technique of what you're doing. You actually have to have your mental conscious awareness about what the referee's doing.
Yeah, so we got Molly here, who is projected 8th, but I think she's actually same total currently as who is projected 9th, and I think she has it on body weight, so that'd be close to see who gets 8th there, and that is a good lift at 52.5 kilos.
So sometimes like that can be kind of, I find that motivating in a competition. If I want to chase like the next place up, that can be kind of a nice situation. It gives you something to fight a little bit for and push yourself a little bit for. So that it could be that she has that in mind, just kind of trying to chase that higher position.
Yeah, absolutely. And now we have Abigail Dorgan at 55 kilo for her bench opener. And again, we saw on her squat she's a very calm lifter, so it'd be interesting to see if that carries through bench and deadlift. Seemingly so on bench, she seems very calm.
So not a big arch in this particular case. But I saw her, brace nicely and tighten up into, sort of what is probably a stiff arch position for her personally.
Yeah, absolutely. And when there's no arch at this kind of beginner stage of competing, there's so much to build on, not just on the arch, but that it's really pure strength that they're utilising. So when it moves that well for your opener, you're in for some good growth moving forward. It's not just today, but generally.
No, absolutely.
I feel like this is something that male athletes don't have to think about quite as often, is how annoying the hair can be when you're bench pressing, trying to set up for an arch.
Yeah.
This is Ellie Pacey, 57.5 kilos, so just above body weight for her now.
Lovely arch position there.
Yeah, that's massive.
Now that's really advantageous. I mean, so it's a little bit difficult to judge, but it looks to me like her arms are sort of slightly on the shorter side. And that gave her a real advantage there, because with the high arch it meant that even when the bar was on her chest, her elbows had not quite reached the 90-degree bend, which what that means is that you're actually you're actually you've got advantageous leverage right from the start of that lift. If your elbows are not yet kind of bent to 90 degrees, you've got an awful lot more leverage in your triceps there.
Absolutely. So it is Holly Robson-Powell now, and she's kept the 65 as an opener. So it'll be interesting to see, how this moves.
So 7.5 kilos down from what she had originally said she wanted to open on.
It could be for a multitude of reasons. Maybe it's confidence or
absolutely.
But it is interesting with the arch because it has its benefits, but it certainly has its downfalls. That it's a lot easier to lift your bottom up on arch when you're arching.
Very true.
Because of that leg rise.
Lovely arch from her.
Oh yeah.
Okay, that looked incredibly easy.
Excellent.
Right, so I'm definitely intriguing. What's she going to choose for her second attempt? Given that she dropped her opener and it looked so comfortable.
She's certainly keeping us on our toes.
Okay, the Hannahs. We're now into the Hannahs. Hannah Matson first up. So Hannah is projected first, but there's only 10 kilos separating her and Hannah Clayton, and honestly, that could dissolve. Like that 10 kilo advantage could just melt away through the bench press. If she's not careful. She is the stronger deadlifter though, and so ordinarily that you would say that Hannah Matson is competitively in the more advantageous position because she's a stronger deadlifter.
It's a good opener.
It is good.
Absolutely, because we usually see bigger jumps on deadlifts, but really it's anybody's game first still. It could be. And that's 3 white lights for Hannah Clayton, and now we have following Hannah Matson with a wrong way around, sorry. We got Hannah Clayton now with a 70 kilo. I knew that would happen one point during the day.
So Hannah Clayton is projected second for the total. Her forecast score at the moment, that's going to go up once deadlifting starts, but the forecast score based on lifts so far and her opening bench press and deadlift is 332.5 kilos versus Hannah Matson, who we just saw, with 342.5 kilos. So Hannah Matson got her opening bench press, and she's chosen to go up by 5 kilos actually for her second. So Hannah Clayton, 3 white lights, sorry.
Yeah, I was just going to say Hannah Clayton's lift was very quick, and I was interested to see how it would move, to see what kind of jumps she could and would make to try and make up that difference.
Absolutely.
So interesting to see. We're just waiting to see what Hannah Clayton's put in there.
Yeah.
Both Holly and Hannah Matson have put in 70, which was Hannah Clayton's opener. But really, really not far behind. So she's put in...
must be record attempt. 75.5. Okay, so you're only allowed to put in... okay, so let's see. So the people, the officials on the table are just being asked to confirm that this is indeed a record attempt, which it is. Yeah.
That's exciting.
Yes,
considering
it is.
how well 70 moved as well, it should move pretty well as well, really.
Now that's also interesting from the competition, first, second place situation. That is actually quite advantageous. If you can add a half kilo onto something because you're taking a record attempt, that then will push your competitor to basically go 2.5 kilos heavier than they would have wanted to, ideally, if they want to, kind of keep the difference.
So that was Hannah Lamb that just went, and with a 37.5 kilo bench, and she did get it. It was a little sticky, but potentially she's still got some more in the tank. Yeah, and she went for 40, which seems like the safe bet.
Yeah.
We have Alexis now with 42.5 kilos, which unfortunately she just missed on her opener. So let's see how she gets on. Everybody here is backing her. Nobody wants to see anybody fail.
I think that one was some sort of technicality, wasn't it? Maybe she missed a command. So easy to do. Did she get a press command? That was very quick.
And
Okay, 2 to 1.
two
Good,
white
good.
lights.
So yeah, she must have waited for the press command. Just like basically, because she didn't bounce it, press command was given quickly, which is what you want.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a bencher's dream, really, to get a quick press command. I've certainly been at competitions and seen, bench commands last a good few seconds.
Oh yeah.
It is very, very difficult for that lifter.
No, absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, you need to. You actually, if you, it can really help actually if you can see how the referees are refereeing bench press before you have to go onto the platform, because actually if the pauses are on the longer side, then you may need to bring all of your temps down by 2.5 kilos to compensate for that.
Absolutely. We have Natalie here in the 57, and she has got 47.5 kilos. That was a bit of a longer hold, but still not too bad.
Yeah.
And 3 white lights.
Yeah. Good. So, okay, who have we got?
So we've got Robin again from UCL. A lot of UCL in this weight class here.
So, so at this point in the rankings, we're not seeing, like these people are not threatening for medal positions, like not in this competition, but, we just don't know the history of these lifters at all. We know nothing about them actually. Like, I personally don't know anything about these lifters, so I don't know how many of them may have come from other sporting backgrounds, may have trained for many years, may have only trained for 6 months. It's like we have no idea. So, for some lifters, they might be quite new to the sport. Possibly that's the case for somebody like Robin. But with kind of commitment in a year or two, you can see people rise very rapidly through the ranks sometimes.
So that is a good lift for Robin. It got a little bit stuck in the middle, but she kept it moving at 52.5 kilos. A big hug to the coach there, they seem happy.
It just goes to show how competitive this class is actually, because 52.5 kilo bench press and 102.5 kilo squats, what Robin had, actually she's sort of projected 10th there.
Yeah.
So like those are respectable numbers, and yet the depth in this weight class is such that she's down the ranks.
The sport has grown so much. I feel like a few years ago, any single one of these girls could have won this class.
Could not agree more.
It's amazing to see the growth of the sport, but also the strength standard improve, and more women in the sport generally.
No, absolutely. I think powerlifting has been such a stark example of how important participation levels are for seeing quality in sport, particularly in women's sport. So women's sport, where we haven't had that high level of participation, in maybe other sports, you just don't get the competitive environment needed to see what people can really do.
Yeah. So that was 2 white lights and 1 red. It was a very quick press command there. It was basically touch and go. So that must have been a very good touch in her chest. Very generous press command. And now we're with Molly Donnelly with 55 kilos in the bar. And Molly is projected 7th currently, which is very close between 10th and 7th, really.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah.
11th even.
It's very close. Yeah, there's there's a lot of lifters just in that sort of middle range of the projected totals of around 260 to 270. We've got a whole bunch of people sitting in that range. So that's quite close. So our centre referee here today is none other than Lawrence Farncombe. So I know Lawrence Farncombe very well because he's actually my coach. So I've known him for years. He's a very, very highly respected international coach. He was team coach for a few years at Team GB.
He was, yeah.
Incredibly experienced as a coach,
he knows
as a
what
referee.
He's doing.
Yep, absolutely. So. That's.
And that was a good lift for Molly, by the way. We've got Effie with 57.5 kilos here. But it's always good to see some familiar faces that we can reffing, and that real legends of the sport.
Absolutely.
So,
Effie Mingus.
yeah, from Nottingham University here.
So just a whisker over her own body weight now with her second attempt. So her own body weight, she weighed in today at 56.7, and it's 57.5 in the bench press.
5 kilo jump from her opener, which moved very well. Lovely big arch. Slow but smooth. It was very, very good lift.
Yeah, very sensible second attempt by the looks of it. Interested to see what she decides to do for her third. Like, to me, that looked like probably I wouldn't want to go over 60, but I don't know her as a lifter. So, you know, let's see what she decides to go for along with her coach.
And again, with how close kind of that part of the table is, every kilo really does count. So it's, you know, do you want to take the risk? We've got Ellie Pacey here with a 60 kilo bench press.
I think something that I didn't appreciate for quite a while actually when I was doing powerlifting comps initially was that the people who are like volunteering at those competitions often are actually very high level in the sport themselves. I just didn't really think about it when I was first doing comps. It didn't really occur to me like who the volunteers were.
Yeah, that was a wonderful second bench press. And also, you know, how lucky we are in British powerlifting to have, you know, the likes of White Lights Media, where, you know, they're internationally known to be excellent at what they do, and taking over the live streams now and doing an excellent job of that as well. It's great to see the standard across the board rising, not just in the lifters.
Absolutely, and I think you know, I think we all can recognise the importance of getting that high quality media coverage for the sport.
So we have Abigail Dorgan here, again with 60 kilos, a very good bench press above body weight for her second attempt.
Oh wow, she weighed in at 57.0 kilos on the dot for the 57 weight class.
So it's possible that she could have cut for this and, you know, just made weight, or been very lucky on the day. And that's 2-1. I think maybe
that's good.
Issue there.
So yeah, we don't know the stories of, you know, if somebody weighs in at 57.0 for the 57 kilo weight class, you know, a number of things could have happened. I mean, I got to say that's like cutting it close for comfort. However, it's possible that, you know, maybe her own scales were a little bit out and maybe she was like closer than she realised. But it's also possible that she knew it was going to be tight anyway. And, you know, depending on how things went, it could be that she was well prepared to make that cut and, you know, knew exactly how to weigh in at just 57 on the dot. On the other hand, you know, sometimes you will find lifters running around the car park to get those last few grams off.
Yeah, you know, spitting into a cup, we've seen it.
Yeah.
So we've got Holly Robson-Powell here with 70 kilos and actually weighed in at 55.8, so very light for the class.
Yes, true. So this is, big benching in the 57 kilo class. So yeah, we're getting into, okay, so this is our top three projected placings here in this class. So projected to finish in third place is Holly Robson-Powell. Projected to finish on 317.5 at the moment, just based on her deadlift opener.
Looks good from here. And 3 white lights. It looked very good. Again, we know that first and second is going to be pretty close. I think Hannah is looking at Holly and Hannah at the same time there. Hannah Matson just has Hannah Clayton on weight, so that might come into play later.
Oh yes, well spotted.
And we have Hannah Matson now with 70 kilos, followed by Hannah Clayton with 75.5, which will be a record. And Holly's just put in 76, which will be breaking that record straight after Hannah has just done it. So
wow,
it'll be interesting to see how many times that record might get broken today.
Yeah, absolutely. And I got to say, like, so Hannah does not have the body weight. Hannah Matson has the body weight advantage. She has the body weight advantage. So Hannah Clayton is really going to want the this record advantage if she can get it.
Absolutely.
She's going to want like this extra half kilo or a kilo ahead to push Hannah Matson to have to go 2.5 kilos if she has to get ahead. She'll have to do a bigger jump. So Hannah Clayton, these records could end up being quite significant for her.
Absolutely. So this will be a record attempt now from Hannah Clayton on her second bench press with 75.5 kilos. So we'll see how that goes, and then very interested to see what her third might be.
Absolutely.
Coming out smiling like she has for all of her lifts. It's wonderful to see, especially for a record attempt.
Oh my
Oh,
gosh.
and that moved absolutely wonderfully.
Yeah.
She's definitely got a lot more in the tank. That's
It
three
really
white
does
lights.
look like it. It really does.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It'll be an interesting bench battle between Hannah and Holly.
Absolutely. So obviously, yeah, Holly, that is her third attempt is 76, so she doesn't have a chance to, kind of go up from that. So yeah, let's see what happens.
78.
Oh gosh.
So
Yeah.
that might stay the same. You might see some changes. It's all to keep an eye on for now. We're back at the top of the group with Holly Lamb and 40 kilos for her third attempt.
So it's interesting, again, Hannah Clayton, she chose 78, not 77.5. And again, I'm assuming it's to try to keep that half kilo advantage in the back pocket. I assume that's the reason for that.
Absolutely. When it gets close, every half a kilo, even, 0.1 kilo, definitely counts. Got a nice, calm approach here.
Yeah, so successful second attempt from Holly was 37.5. So really, at these weights, a 2.5 kilo jump is big, and Ken doesn't really give you anywhere to go. And sure enough, like pin to the chest. So when you're at that kind of weight, a 2.5 kilo jump is a big jump, and can make the difference between an easy lift and a non-starter.
Yeah, absolutely. And we have Alexis now with 45 kilos. And she missed her opener and got it again on her second, which moved pretty well, and it looked like she definitely had more in the tank. I think 45 was a good option, and let's see how it goes.
Yes. So, Amelia, in your experience as a sporting psychologist, do you work with athletes on competition day or in the run-up to competition, or does it vary?
Yeah, so I usually work predominantly with athletes on the run-up to competition, and for a lot of athletes year round. But I've also had the wonderful opportunity to work with a bunch of athletes on comp day and be able to get some handling experience, and it's something I really, really do enjoy, being able to see the fruit of their labour.
Yeah, absolutely.
So that was just a little bit too heavy for Alexis, but she got that 42.5 on her second, so she got a bench on the board, which is the most important thing to see there.
So presumably the kind of help and coaching that you give any individual athlete presumably is very kind of individualised.
Yeah, absolutely. Like we were discussing before, people handle stress and fear, injury, everything so differently, and need different approaches. Some people need that higher arousal approach. Some people, need to find a way to get a bit more zen, a bit more in that flow state, whatever that might look like for them, and have different ways of getting there. The journey will look different for every lifter, even if they're pretty similar in their approach. Yeah. So this is Natalie with 50 kilos. I think she just needs to look out.
That was close.
That was, you can see the frustration there. Still smiling, but I think just that one arm didn't want to look out for her, which was so frustrating. We have Robin Pettiford here with 55 kilos. All right, I'm not sure what they're waiting for here. And here she comes, Robin Pettiford, 55 kilos for her third attempt. Those are the Converse that you didn't like.
Oh yeah, yeah.
For yourself, of course.
Yeah. Yeah, no, they can be absolutely fine. I mean, to be honest, sometimes it depends on the lighting though, as well.
It works very differently for different lifters. You know.
It does.
I think, unfortunately,
Flew to the chest, unfortunately. Yeah.
It does take a lot of effort to not let it sink in, though. Once you feel like you haven't got it, to keep it on your chest. I know that I've been flattened by bars before and sunk them into my ribs. You know, which is less than ideal if you're benching alone.
Yeah. Yes. It's been quite a few years since I had to roll a bench press off me, and it's not desirable. Yeah, it does tend to leave a bruise.
I think it's when it gets to your hips that's the real problem.
Yeah. The roll of shame, rolling off the field bench. Yeah, it's not advisable.
Yeah.
But I think also, again, I've got to say it's a bit of an advantage for the lifters that you're not normally in a position of benching something which is quite as hazardous as what some of the men will be benching. And if you absolutely have to roll off a field bench press in the gym, then ordinarily for most female lifters they probably can.
Yeah, it's all obviously relative, but I think you can feel safer that someone else can help you than if it's a man benching 220 kilos. This is 55 kilos. Unfortunately, we see it often with third attempts, especially on bench. It's just a little too heavy.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yet to see someone get their third.
Indeed.
Someone can break that third curse that we're having.
Yeah, totally. But again, looking down what the attempts were, so far everybody has just chosen to go 2.5 kilos up from their second. And I think this is where we're seeing, the fact that these 2.5 kilo jumps are actually they're just too big for, proportionately, lightweight lifters at this level. Yeah.
Although coming up into our next couple of lifters, we have Molly Donnelly who's jumped 5, and then even Ellie Pacey who jumped 7.5.
Oh, wow.
Some big jumps coming up.
No, those are some big jumps.
Yeah, for the majority, that 2.5 is the sweet spot, and sometimes it just tips over a little bit, but it depends on the day, honestly. So we've got Effie Menzies, 60 kilos. And that is
very well done.
Good push through. Let's see if she's got.
Nicely done. Fantastic. Yeah. I've got to say, because that came off quite slowly from the chest, that she did well to keep it moving.
Yeah.
I thought it was brilliant.
Mentally as well, just to push through that. Yeah. I found myself having to started cheering and hold back to not ruin all the audio that White Lights has so kindly set up for us. So yeah, we got Molly Donnelly here who did jump 5 kilos for her final lift, but only 2.5 from first to second. So this will be interesting to see how it moves for her. I'm wondering if she did this for placement and seeing if she can get closer to Effie, who is just in front of her by 7.5 kilos.
Yeah.
The deadlifts seem to be very, very similar.
Oh gosh, yeah. I mean, that is a gap that could could close, depending on what they get for their thirds and stuff. Oh dear.
Unfortunately, I think that she might have jumped the command. Or might have her bum. I think
it's so easy to do.
It moved very quickly. I think we missed actually what happened from this angle.
So yeah, that's the kind of thing that, it's going to probably annoy her sufficiently that she'll never do that again in competition.
Absolutely. We have Abigail Dorgan now with 62.5 kilos. So a 2.5 kilo jump. Abigail is currently projected 4th. She's quite away in front of 5th. But fairly behind 3rd. So I think she's secured fourth quite nicely. It's a good
Yes,
place to be.
it does look like it, doesn't it? So, but yeah, I mean, to catch third, I mean, there's more than a 30 kilo difference between fourth and third.
Yeah.
Yeah. So unless something very surprising happens, and unless Holly Robson-Powell bottoms, which is very unlikely on the deadlift, then it looks like she's assured a podium position.
Absolutely. And actually, it's not as big of a gap between fourth and fifth than I thought it was. It's only 10 kilos. So, I think Abigail does have the bigger deadlift there. But again, we really don't know. We've got Ellie Pacey here, who made a 7.5 kilo jump from her second. So it'll be good to see how this moves.
Something else I don't know as well is what kind of rivalries there might be between some of these lifters. So
and the unis, yeah.
Absolutely. So who knows? There could be some quite personal competitions going on here between two lifters. Perhaps lifters who've encountered each other before, or maybe simply, as you say, Amelia, maybe just competitiveness between different university teams.
That's a very good
she
grind,
really fought, but no, it's not going to happen. No.
It kind of just got stuck there in the middle, but it's a very, very
That's a shame. Yeah, that's a shame. So, that was a big jump from 70 kilo. From 60 to 67.5 was a big jump.
So I think what that happened was it jumped her from 10th to 7th, and I think that's why she made the big jump, because those lot are all so close.
It's really funny, because she only did a 2.5 kilo jump between her first and second bench press. That's a very strange set of attempts on the bench. So there's probably some explanation, but I'd be curious to know what it was. Okay, Hannah. This is one of our Hannahs, and this is Hannah Matson, currently projected to finish in first.
72.5 kilos.
Right.
So again, massive.
She would like this because everything she can do here on the bench press is going to give her an easier time on the deadlift, and she is going to be pushed on the deadlift to maintain her lead.
And that moved very well for third.
Nice.
3 white lights. And we're going to
nice.
see 2 more record attempts now. One from Holly Robson-Powell for 76, and Hannah Clayton following with 78 kilos.
Yeah, very exciting. So Hannah Clayton looked good for 78. When we saw her 75.5, it was just okay, that looked like there was loads left. Let's see.
Absolutely. I mean, sometimes it is telling of how the next lift moves, but sometimes, I know personally, I can lift something at an RP6 and I go 2.5 kilos up and it's just not there. So
absolutely. And the other thing is that once you're close to your limit, there is no margin for technical error anymore. If your position is wrong in any way, or if you execute the lift slightly disadvantageously in any way, that will cost you the lift when it's the maximum.
Absolutely. So here comes Holly going for breaking the record that was literally just made moments ago by Hannah Clayton. And maybe broken again by Hannah Clayton afterwards, but let's see.
So I'm interested. It's interesting. I mean, it's a big jump up. She's in a position of chasing second, though, with not a lot to lose.
Yeah.
So why not? It makes perfect sense, right? Especially if she's got it in her for this record, then it's the perfect time to do it.
Unfortunately, it just wasn't there today.
Oh, too bad.
I think it was quite a big jump, but I mean, it seems like she had the strength. It's just a lot of pressure as well. I feel like, going to break a record, but I feel like she's going to have a fire under her now to come back for that record next time around.
Absolutely.
We now have Hannah Clayton going to break her own record by 2.5
Now,
kilos.
she would like this because, oh my gosh, she needs every gram that she can get, really, if she wants to catch first place. She's 9.5 kilos behind in the projected totals, and she needs to be just grabbing every kilo that she can find. So, she already got a record today. It'd be lovely to break it again, but actually, she needs this more for the sake of the final positions.
And it's also incredible to be able to say you broke the record and then broke your own record.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, wow.
Oh, my word.
Now, did the bump come up there? No, absolutely
Fabulous.
fine. 3 white lights.
Absolutely brilliant.
That was a fantastic. And again, way more in the tank, it seems. You know, you don't know what her training max is.
Yeah. The other thing is, it's like, you know, mentally, I feel that Hannah Clayton is going to be in a great position going into the deadlifts. You know, she is chasing first. She's just got 2 records. It's like the wind's in her sails. That is mentally a very nice place to be. That really does put pressure on Hannah Matson, I would say.
Yeah,
you know, it's not a big lead that she's got, particularly between first and second. So, you know, it's like mentally that can be a bit harder to know that you've got to stay ahead.
Yeah, and bench press definitely brought that lead in a bit. You know, it's definitely getting closer, and you know, deadlifts is going to be very exciting for both groups, I think. Some big lifters coming up and some positions to play for. So I think we're taking a 10-minute break now, and then the lifters will be back for the last lift of the day, which will be their deadlifts.
Yeah, that's when things get extremely exciting. Deadlift's my favourite lift. I can't wait. Okay, so we are just about to resume the deadlift now for Group A. We're just counting down the last minute before we recommence, and so this is where it all happens. This is where all our position gets decided. So as it currently stands, in the 47 kilo class, we've got two lifters, but Mona Shafiei is ahead by an enormous margin. So really, she just needs to get her opener, and that will seal the deal. So she's sitting on a projected forecast total of 300 kilos based only on her deadlift openers, and actually, as projected scores, that would actually win her the weight class above, and I think it would probably put her even in contention in the 57 kilo class as well. So Mona Shafiei in the 47 kilo class has put in, an absolutely outstanding performance so far to date. So anyway, she's one to watch in this session. In the 52 kilo class, the main contenders in the 52 kilo class, we have got Bridget Paris is in projected first on a total of 277.5, and only a hair's breadth ahead of Jessica Davies, who is only 2.5 kilos behind and projected second place in the 52 kilo class, 275. So basically we're going to have an absolute scrap for first and second place in the 52 kilo class. Third place is quite some way behind second projected. It's a good 20 kilos down actually for Victoria Fatley. So unless something very unexpected happens, I don't think we're going to see an upset in terms of her reaching second place. However, there's a fight between third and fourth. So I think that's what Victoria will mostly be worrying about, because in the projected totals, there's only 2.5 kilos separating third and fourth place. So basically, Jolie Liu, who is sitting in fourth place on a projected total of 252.5, she's got everything to play for. She's got a podium finish, kind of like just within grasp if she plays her cards right on the deadlift. So that's pretty exciting.
Yeah, I think across the board, deadlifts generally are super exciting, but especially here we're going to have a lot of fighting going on, which is going to be very, very exciting to see. And, also to see Mona, the 47 lifter, with a projected 300 kilo total.
That's
is
monstrous. I mean, just
monstrous.
Looking into, so it wouldn't quite get her a podium finish in the 57s. However, it would in the 52s. In fact, as I said, she's actually ahead. She's projected to finish ahead of the winner of the 52 kilo class. So it's astonishing. Okay, the first deadlift now, 90 kilos opener for Diana Hunt from 57 kilo class. Sumo stance, very nice.
Seems to move very quickly. Just waiting for the referees here. That is
2 to
2
1.
white lights, 1 red in the middle. So we have Jolie now with 95 kilos on the bar in the 52 kilo category. Again, like the other lift, it's always very interesting on their openers to see, the stance they take, the type of lifter they are, and, just how they present themselves on the platform. So it's always very interesting to see.
Absolutely. So, as I said, she's only 2.5 kilos behind projected third place.
She's got a sumo stance here with some slippers on. Are you a sumo conventional yourself?
I'm a conventional deadlifter.
Okay.
But my coach has just gotten me doing a bit of sumo in training recently, just kind of for fun, and also just kind of like work some different muscles. It's quite interesting. But it's technically completely different lift, of course. Okay, that's 3 white lights.
Yeah, very nice from Jodie, very, very quick. We've got 102.5 kilos on the bar for Naomi. And this is a 47 kilo lifter, so very impressive to see the 47 kilos coming out, 2 or 3 people in. And even, Mona much further down.
Absolutely. And again, like in a typical gym situation, a typical, middleweight male gym goer, you don't often see them deadlifting over 100 kilos, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, and if they do, it's not very good normally. So,
oh my gosh,
nice.
Beautiful sumo deadlift, really, really confident technique.
That's 3 white lights, wonderful.
So, for Naomi, she's assured second place basically in 47 kilo class. There's nothing that she could do that would really get her to first place, because Mona Chafier is literally 90 kilos ahead. It's an astonishing performance from her. So basically, Naomi Chung is kind of at liberty to kind of go for PBs and just basically just have a great day.
Absolutely.
So Jemima Simpson, 102.5, 52 kilo class.
A bit of a hybrid stance here. A wide conventional.
Yeah.
Very quick.
Yeah, that is wide. I agree with you. That is wide for a convention stance.
I suppose, the stance choice is a spectrum, and
Yeah.
whatever works best. It's always interesting to see, the difference between like a 52 kilo female lifter and like a 120 plus, and how the bar looks at different sizes next to them.
I mean, actually, yeah, you're quite right that, like, although, kind of things like, torso length, femur length, and arm length primarily determine, the start position and the leverages for the deadlift. But when you are with these, particularly smaller people in these lower weight classes, as you say, the actual height of the bar off the ground, it does actually change things a bit.
Absolutely. So we have Neve here pulling 115 for opener. That looked good. I think sometimes there's 3 white lights for Neve there. I think sometimes when the weight's almost too light, it can be a struggle to keep it still at the top, because you almost need that weight on the bar to match the power you're putting into it.
I agree. If they just sort of mistime it a little bit, I agree that particularly on a sumo lift, you can overbalance if it moves quite quickly.
So you've got Victoria here with 115 opener in the 52 kilo class category.
No. It's not out of the question that, if she plays her cards right, it's not out of the question that she could be shooting for a medal position.
Again, a nice smooth opener. That's 3 white lights for Victoria.
So she's in projected 4th. She's projected to be 10 kilos behind 3rd. It's not impossible that gap could be bridged.
Yeah. So we have Rosie Hopkins now with 115 kilo opener still on the bar and 57 kilo weight. And that will be followed by Bridget Paris with 117.5 kilos. And that moved wonderfully. Conventional pull, I think the first we've seen, maybe of the day. We did have a bit of a hybrid, but
that's true. Yes. So yeah, so we talked about like the arch controversy earlier, and also there's made to a lesser extent, but there's always like a bit of usually more good-natured arguing about whether sumo is cheating.
A bit of meme culture.
Of course, it's not. I mean, basically, if it was easier, then everyone would be doing it. So like as a conventional deadlifter myself, who tries a bit of sumo in the gym. Of course it's not easier. It's highly technical. The technique is completely different, actually. Oh, conventional lifter. Bridget Harris, 117.5 opener, 52 kilo class. So, Bridget
very
is projected first, and oh my, she's going to have to play things right if she wants to hang on to that, because
there's only 2.5 kilos in that.
And she's not the bigger deadlifter. So she's going to have to probably push herself and take some chances here if she wants to stay ahead. But really, Jessica Davies is seriously going to be looking at snatching that lead.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very close. And I'm excited to kind of see how it plays out. Now we have Mona, the 47 kilo lifter, opening with a massive 122.5 kilo deadlift. I believe Mona is a conventional puller.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
She seems to have quite long arms.
So she does.
Which she had very quick. She had a big bench as well.
Just goes to show, absolutely. But that was very impressive. Yeah. Very impressive.
We now have Jessica Davies in the 52 kilo class, who we just mentioned is chasing Bridget Harris's tail there with a 127.5 opener.
So I would say actually at this point that Mona Chafier, I mean, as if it was in any doubt, she's basically assured herself to win, essentially. She got her opening deadlift, so she hasn't bombed. That's it really. She's won.
Yeah, absolutely. So huge congratulations to Mona there. But also it's interesting to see that, if she did weigh over 47 kilos this morning, that she could have actually won the class above as well.
Yeah.
Which is very impressive. So we've got Jessica Davies here, who I think she knows there's a bit of pressure here for first place. She's very focused. Sumo. She had me in the first
Oh,
half
it's a
there.
wide sumo as well.
She
Oh,
started
wow.
conventional.
Oh, like phenomenal. Yeah, phenomenal hip mobility. I mean, you know, a lot of people, they just don't have hip sockets that are built like that. So, yeah.
Right, taking every second she has, which is fantastic
Oh, my.
to see.
Okay, so that was very, very quick off the ground. I mean, it worked a treat. It worked a treat.
So I think that's 2-1. Maybe there was some downwards movement detected.
It wasn't sort of like the most kind of well-controlled lift, so to speak. But it certainly did the job. Looked easy.
Again, it could be a case like we spoke about before, of maybe not enough weight on the bar yet, but
Yeah. I think also it's like, you know, every lift, as we were talking about earlier, you know, like lifters will approach the lifts mentally in quite different ways. But, you know, for some lifters, I know that some lifters can struggle with the sumo deadlift mentally because you kind of need a bit of patience to get it moving off the ground.
absolutely. And it's kind of the opposite with conventional. So it's interesting to see. You've got Diana now with 100 kilos for her second attempt. We're back to the beginning of the class. We'll work our way through the second attempt now. So everybody has a deadlift on the board, which is fantastic to see. You know, everyone's
great.
putting a total up.
Yeah. So yeah, a whole lot of sumo deadlifts, and that I'd say that's quite common in like the lower women's weight classes particularly. Okay, so that was a little bit of a shaky second attempt actually.
Yeah.
But it didn't match. She got 2 white lights for that, so it's okay.
Yeah,
you
I
could see
think
the effort.
she had a little bit of a wobble at the end, but I think, you know, similar happened in her first
Right.
lift. So I think, you know, perhaps that's just the way that lifter moves.
Yeah, it's quite interesting. Like that sort of muscle twitching that we saw there. Like I've had that like once or twice myself, and I've seen sometimes other lifters have it. I'm not actually too sure what causes that. I mean, obviously it means it's heavy, but I don't know whether it's something to do with, I don't know, like some like nervous system thing or electrolytes, or I'm not sure.
I honestly could not tell you, I'm afraid. We have Naomi now with 107.5 kilos for her second attempt in the 47 kilo
Big,
weight class.
really big weight.
This is
So
well over double body weight.
Absolutely.
And that moved excellently. Was she able to lock that out at the end? Yes,
3
she
white lights,
was.
beautiful.
Fantastic. We love to see that. We have, following Naomi, we have Jolie with a 107.5 kilo attempt as well.
Now, she's going to be really looking to try and keep that podium position. She's sitting only 2.5 kilos ahead of the projected 4th position, which is Victoria Fowley at the moment. So, oh my gosh, you know, I mean, you know, she certainly needs this. She's going to probably have to push herself a bit on the 3rd, and the coaches are going to be watching these 2 lifters quite closely, I would think. Basically, her coach is going to be watching Victoria, and Victoria's coach is going to be watching Jolie to try and work out how much left they think they've got for the 3rd lift.
And that moved very well. I mean, absolutely. And as you get into those heavier deadlifts, the percentages are so different that you can possibly make those bigger jumps. So it's definitely worth keeping an eye on.
Yeah. And I also personally find it particularly hard to judge a sumo lift because as long as you don't lose position, the hardest part of the sumo lift is typically getting it moving off the floor.
Yeah.
If you can get it off the floor, the lockout often can look quite quick. But that can then mean that it's actually hard to know just actually how much left that lifter has.
Yeah, absolutely. And here we have Jemima Simpson with 112.5 kilos on the bar. This is a 10 kilo jump from her opener. Again, it's more usual to see these bigger jumps with deadlifts. That seems
That was well done.
like it moved well. And that is a good lift, 3 white
Yeah, well
lights.
done. 3 white lights, good. Yeah, you can see that's starting to be work now. Yeah. So I think for the deadlift, particularly for the conventional deadlift, the effort required to lift something close to maximum on a conventional deadlift, the effort is absolutely monstrous. Actually, it's an effort that physically and mentally your body does not want to do that, and you have got to mentally convince yourself of why this effort is necessary. And I feel like for deadlifting, I feel like that's the mental battle. Yeah.
So we have Victoria now with 122.5 kilos on the bar. Yeah, it definitely is difficult. I think, unlike the other lifts, it's the only one that you have to move from static, really. So, often you see it with third attempts that if it doesn't want to move, it just really, really won't move.
Very wide sumo stance.
Yeah.
Really nice and patient off the ground. She kept position very nicely there.
Victoria also always puts it down so wonderfully gently.
Yeah. Okay, so that's looking good for her. She's only 7.5 kilos behind third. I mean, it's going to be tough to catch that. However, we don't know what Jolie Liu is going to do on her third deadlift. Like, if she misses that, then Victoria could step in and claim third.
Yeah, absolutely. And, like we mentioned before, we have no idea the jumps that these lifters are capable of. So that was 122.5 kilos on the bar for Rosie, and that was 3 white lights for her lift. I clearly haven't finished all my caffeine this morning either.
Okay, so Niamh Mully is next up with 125 kilos in the 52 kilo class. So yeah, like well over double body weight.
Again, her and Jemima right now are with the same forecast score, and it's just on body weight. So that position is really anyone's if one of them pulls ahead in their lift.
Yeah. So Jemima has fractionally the body weight advantage, but it could go. Yeah, it could go either way, really.
125 kilos in the bar for Niamh and 3 white lights. I also want to apologise to Jemima. I was saying your name while thinking it did come out pretty strange, so apologies for that. Following Niamh, we have Bridget, and obviously this is the battle of Bridget and Jessica here in the 52s.
Yeah.
And Bridget has jumped 10 kilos, and I assume that's an attempt to kind of stretch out that lead.
Yeah, so basically, Bridget versus Jessica now, with these attempts, we're looking projected difference of only 5 kilos between first and second. So Bridget is like trying to hang on to that first place with what is currently only a 5 kilo advantage. It's not a lot.
And, it was a little slower than the opener, but it still moved extremely well, and that's 3 white lights on the board for Bridget.
So basically now, for the coaches and lifters, choosing these third attempts is going to matter enormously for that outcome.
Absolutely.
The judgment is going to have to be spot on from the coaches and the lifters, and also executing it.
So we have Mona here, our 47, one of our 47s, and she has jumped 10 kilos from 122.5 to 132.5 on the bar for her second attempt. Here she comes out onto the platform now.
So this is really not very far away from triple body weight here, actually.
Yeah, this is a lot of weight on the bar, irrespective of her own body weight. This is a big number, and it moved.
Oh my gosh!
Excellently.
Yeah.
And that is 3 white lights on the board for Mona. So at the moment she's just really, furthering that total. She's already secured first by getting that first deadlift on the board. But absolutely so strong. Now we have Jessica Davies, who obviously is fighting for first against Bridget Harris in the 52s with 135 kilos on the bar. We've just seen as well, Mona's gone up another 10 kilos to 142.5, which, in any weight class is a huge
number. That would be, if I'm not wrong, that would be triple body weight. That would be over triple body weight.
I'll trust your maths on that one.
She looks good for it, is what I'll say.
Absolutely.
Yeah, like based on the second, she totally looks good for it.
So we have Jessica Davies here with the 135 kilos on the bar.
And she needs this. She absolutely needs this.
You can just see her coach Ben Pape in the corner wearing a Baby Yoda t-shirt, which we love to see.
So she might not need it to claim second place and stay in second, but she's going to absolutely need this to have any hope at first.
And
Not
slower
the
on the
easiest.
lockout, but it moved quickly off the floor,
It's good.
which with sumo is a great sign. Just waiting for the lights there. And that is...
Okay, that's at least 2 white lights. So we've had a slight technical failure with the lights, but the referees were holding up cards, so they held up. I saw 2 white cards there, so that means that she did get the lift. Yeah,
Absolutely. It will be your eyes and ears from here on out until the lights are back up.
indeed. So, Jessica Davies. So, she's put in 142.5, projected third. Now, those numbers. Oh my, yeah, it's like so close between her and Bridget. So there's a 2.5 kilo difference, projected difference between Bridget Paris and projected first,
Yeah.
and Jessica Davies and projected second.
If Bridget misses her third, which I assume is what Jessica and her coach are hoping for,
Yeah.
and Jessica gets her third, that will put her into first place. We're back round for the final set of deadlifts now in the first group, and this is Diana with 102.5 kilos on the bar.
So the other thing is that Jessica Davies is in the rather... Oh, we're seeing some deadlift changes. Okay, so basically, for the deadlift, the third deadlift, there's special competition rules for third deadlifts only. You are allowed to change your third deadlift twice, actually.
Yeah.
Right up until the point when they say bar loaded. So what we're seeing here is basically, we're now seeing that Bridget Paris has increased her third attempt to put her in a position of equaling Jessica Davies, and Bridget Paris is the lighter lifter. So that's what's happening there. But Jessica Davies with the bigger deadlift, she's in the rather enviable position that she can watch what Bridget does. And if Bridget does actually manage that 130 kilo third attempt, then Jessica Davies can simply ask for slightly more. It's going to push her, but...
Absolutely.
yeah.
I mean, the jump already is pretty big from 135 to 142. So it'll be interesting to see. It might be a placeholder, but it's definitely interesting to see kind of all the coaches run to the table with the different attempt slips during deadlifts.
Yeah. Okay, Naomi Chung here. Oh gosh, she just lost her grip on that. I hope her hands are all right.
Very unfortunate.
Yeah. Doesn't look like she hurt herself, which is good. So sometimes lifters actually, they lose their grip sometimes if they actually skin their hands. I don't think that happened there. I think it was just a little bit unfortunate.
Yeah, absolutely. You see it a lot when you get to that top end range.
Okay, it's almost it's a disappointing way to finish the comp. So, she didn't need it for the placing, but I personally hate missing my third deadlift because it's like you finish them down.
Yeah, but she's still come away with a huge day and a lot to congratulate her on. So
yeah,
huge accomplishment there.
Absolutely.
So we've got Jolie here, 115 kilos on the bar for her third attempt.
Okay, so looking at third and fourth, yeah, it's awfully close. She's fighting for podium position here, really. She absolutely has to get this, and it's also not impossible that Victoria Fali will choose to increase her last deadlift in order to catch Jolie.
Absolutely.
So Jolie, undoubtedly, she has to get this. But even if she does, her third place is not yet assured.
Yeah, and you can hear all the support in the crowd for Jolie. Everyone wants her to succeed.
Taking her time. Now that was beautiful.
And there's a lot of support in the crowd. That is 3 white lights for Jolie with 115 kilos.
Oh, I'm absolutely delighted for her. So I'm delighted. She looks delighted. Whether that was a PB or, the fact that it does put her in, absolutely puts her in contention for third place. It's, at the moment, she is projected to finish third. Let's see what happens.
Now we have Jemima Simpson with 120 kilos in the 52 kilo weight category for her final deadlift. It seems like the other platform has finished lifting now, so a huge crowd has come over to support for the final deadlift.
Gosh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we're hearing some like serious enthusiasm to support the lifters, which is so nice.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So we've got Jemima here.
So this, really at this point, the lifters they're fighting the mental fear of the weight. They're asking themselves just like, how much do they want this? Because these are monstrous efforts here. Huge pressure.
Wow.
Nicely done. Nicely done.
Nicely held as well.
Yeah, I was a bit worried about her grip there. It looked like, no, she's got it. She held it long enough. 3 white lights.
I think she was a little dizzy there at the end. There was a lot of effort.
I've got to say, actually, I'd like to see the spotters a little bit closer to the lifter for the third deadlift, just in case they faint actually after it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like it's a close line because you don't want them, breathing down your neck, but you definitely want to feel safer.
Yes.
You do. We've got Rosie Hopkins coming up in the 57 kilo class with 127.5 kilos on the bar.
Okay, so Rosie is sitting in the middle of the pack, really. So she's sitting in projected 6th place. I think that looks safe enough. 6 and 57. So trying to see who's fifth. I can't see right now.
And here she comes from Nottingham. I know there's a big Nottingham support today.
Oh yeah, of course, the rest of 57s are actually in Group B, that's what it is. So yeah, we're seeing some 57 kilo class lifters here.
And a great big smile at the end.
Yes, she looks really happy with that.
That would be a great photo from White Lights.
Yeah, brilliant.
3 white lights.
And I mean, personally, at this point in a competition, you're just tired, tired, really tired. Often you'd be running on fumes at this point. Depending on how you respond to competitions, you might not have slept very well for several nights due to the nerves. You might have had a long journey. You might be struggling to get the food in during the competition. So it's really, really hard, actually, having to force food into your mouth in between warm-ups when often you don't feel like eating, but your performance depends on it.
Absolutely. So we have 130 kilos on the bar for Neve here in the 52 kilo weight class. It's a big effort and unfortunately a little bit too heavy today. That was a 5 kilo jump for me. But she got the 115, she got the 125, and I think she can be overall happy with her performance for the day.
Okay, so now, Bridget Paris. Yeah. So she's only increased from her second deadlift by 2.5 kilos. Clearly, this is going to be a heavy one for her because she would have liked to have extended that lead a lot further if she had been able to.
Yeah.
She needs this. She absolutely needs this.
And we can see, Jessica Davies and her coach keeping an eye out for any changes.
This is going to be work. She's going to have to work. Brilliant.
So I think there's a change coming up here. That is a good lift for Bridget. This is going to be very exciting.
Yes, we do expect that Jessica Davies is going to increase that. But yeah, she's going to have to add 2.5 kilos because it's not a record, and that's going to be big. So
there's a 10 kilo jump, but she made a pretty big jump in the first second, and it looked good. So
yeah. So I mean, Jessica Davies basically, there's no reason not to increase that because she's safely secured at least second. She's well ahead of third place.
Yeah.
But yeah, Jessica Davies is going to have one monster deadlift to do when she comes out.
She's hungry for that win. We have Victoria here with, again, a huge 132.5 kilos on the bar in the 52.
Now, this is securing her podium position. She needs this. She'll to get it on body weight versus Julie Liu, according to what I can see here. Julie Liu sitting in 4th.
So
she needs it, and she get it.
She just lock out. I think that was a good lift.
Oh, that was good.
I think we need to see, and that's 2 white lights.
Well done, Victoria. Yeah, that was that was clearly a big effort. You know, really well disciplined.
Yeah. So now we have an absolutely massive 142.5 kilos on the bar for Mona, which is almost very close to 100 kilos over her body weight.
Oh my word. Okay, so like, by my maths, 141 kilos I think would be triple body weight. So this is more than triple body weight. Now, triple body weight deadlifters are more common in lighter weight classes, but it's still phenomenal. I mean, really.
So Mona looks calm and collected.
Yeah. So she's already secured first, like long ago. So this is really just for the glory.
Yeah, and that's moving very well. That's an excellent pull.
Gosh. I mean, seriously, that looked like an opener. That was incredible.
That was 3 white lights. I'm not sure if that was a PB or not, but she has a huge smile on her face. So
it's incredible. Yeah, it's incredible. Okay, now Jessica Davies. She's got it all to play for in here. She's pulling this for the win. So yeah, if she misses this, then you know she's safely in second. Let's say, like if she misses this, she has got second place assured. But oh my gosh, I'm sure she'd like to win.
I think the whole crowd here is behind her. You always want to see the last person pulling.
I mean, given that she only took like this, she took a 7.5 kilo jump up from her opener to her second deadlift. So, you know, ordinarily you would never do a bigger jump between second and third, but we know why she's doing it. Yeah. So let's just see. Does she want it?
So as you can probably hear behind us, there is a big crowd cheering for her.
Come on, Jess!
145 kilos on the bar for Jessica in the 52 kilo weight class, pulling for first place. So let's see how she gets on.
Really big weight. Yeah.
I might have to lean away to shout.
Let's go, Jess!
Okay, she's got 20 seconds left. She needs to start fairly soon.
Very close.
She was just an inch away. But
you
yeah,
always love when a lifter shakes the referee's
It's
hand.
so courteous, I got to say. Yeah, it's so courteous, especially when you know she would have loved to have got that. So that was very lovely that she had the presence of mind to thank the officials.
That was a great big fight. Love to see it. So we're now starting onto the second group opening deadlift with Ellie Pacey, 92.5 kilos in the bar in the 57 kg weight category. So obviously, you know, the numbers are going to be a little bit bigger in this weight class, but as we know, there's going to be a big fight at the end for the podium positions. And, you know, maybe not who's on the podium, but on which podium they might be on.
Absolutely. So yeah, our top 3 contenders for the podium positions are Holly Robson-Powell on a projected score of 315. And then a fair way up from that, we've got Hannah Matson with 342.5. And then a mere half kilo ahead on 343, we've got Hannah Clayton. So yeah, this is going to be a total scrap on the deadlift.
So it's a very close overhand grip, which is interesting to see.
Ah, interesting. Presumably it's a hook grip. I wasn't looking close enough to see Ellie Pacey. Yeah.
It's a good lift, nice opener. I presume that was a hook grip, something I personally cannot get along with. I have very, very tiny hands, and you know, I know people can, but I'm not one of those people.
I mean, that is another thing which can really determine a deadlift performance. In fact, it's just luck. Like basically, if you've got longer fingers, then you can just hang on to a deadlift a hell of a lot easier.
We've got Alexis with 95 kilos in the bar. Even before I could finish it, she was absolutely. And 3 white lights.
Brilliant.
not phased by losing her glasses.
No.
Cool, calm and collected. Absolutely fantastic opener.
Yeah.
We now have Robin Pettiford with 105 kilos on the bar for her opener. So here she comes, looks very focused on getting this lift in. I think the first of all the lifts is always going to be the most nerve-wracking, making sure you
Absolutely.
get one on the board.
Totally. And then, of course, once you've got the first deadlift on the board, that's it. You're secured a total. You haven't bombed.
That's 3 white lights, that's a lovely opener.
Yeah.
Robin.
So that's always kind of nice. It's like there's these little milestones. Getting your first squat in is a major one, because it kind of really can set your kind of mindset for the whole rest of the competition. Getting a bench on the board. But once you've got your first deadlift on the board, then that's it. You've secured a total. You haven't bombed, which is nice.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think as the deadlifts ramp up, I think the lifters start to relax even more so when they know that they're coming to the end and it's their final push. We have 110 kilos in the bar for Effie now, and she looks very calm and ready. Yeah, a wonderful conventional pull.
Yeah. So personally, for me, as a conventional deadlifter, I really want my opening deadlift to move like lightning off the floor. And if it doesn't, I've got to say that it's hard to get the mindset after that if it doesn't. But also, like I would say, generally for a conventional deadlifter, it's less technically delicate and precise as a sumo deadlift. It's more just down to like absolute brute strength, really. Right, lovely sumo deadlift here from Molly Donnelly, like really nice.
Yeah, and that's 3 white lights to Molly. Fantastic. So doing really well with the openers. It seems like everyone has made a very sensible decision. I think it's very easy to put the numbers you want down rather than what you have. So it's lovely to see that everyone's got very sensible openers. We're jumping 10 kilos now for Holly Lamb with 120 kilos. It seems to be possibly her best lift. So we'll see how this goes for her. It's a very, very good, solid opening deadlift.
Yes. Oh, absolutely, yeah. Yeah, so given that her subtotal of squat plus bench is 127.5, so to see somebody deadlift something close to their subtotal, yes, that means she's proportionately a very good deadlifter compared to her other lifts, yeah.
It's already going to be doubling her subtotal, which is absolutely incredible. Shows how strong her deadlift is.
Yes, absolutely. So that is, that's double body weight opener.
There we go, nice and locked out. Yeah, over double body weight, that's fantastic. And that's 3 white lights.
Yeah.
And Holly almost doubling her subtotal with her first deadlift. Absolutely incredible. Same on the bar now.
Fong Bui from Cambridge University. So there's a lot of our lifters in the 57 kilo class, I think, are very much around this kind of like 260 to 270 kind of range. So she's projected to finish 11th with 265. 7th place is 275. So there's a lot of depth within this.
That's 2 white lights right there. 1 red from one of the side referees. I think it was because of a bit of balance issues. We have 122.5 kilos in the bar now for Abigail. If I'm not saying your full name, your name correctly, I am usually just trying to avoid it. I have a horrible experience at school having to read a list of people's names and just getting them wrong. So if I'm avoiding it, it's just to avoid my own embarrassment of being completely wrong there. So leaving that to Abby.
I know I will have accidentally mispronounced some people's names, which I apologise for. Yeah. 122.5
lovely and quick there off the floor.
Yeah.
Knocked out.
Very assured for an opening deadlift. Yeah, 3 white lights.
Wonderful. Yeah, Natalie now from UCL, and this is 125 kilo opener. Natalie weighed in quite light actually at 55.8, the same as Holly.
Yep.
Holly Robson Powell, that is, not Holly Lamb.
Yeah, it's true. She is light for the class. Yeah. So for lifters of this age, you know, in a lot of cases, they're still could be going into the class anyway. So it could be that, you know, it could very well be that she didn't do anything whatsoever to make weight. It could even be that she had a big breakfast before she came here. Like, quite possible for somebody weighing in at that kind of weight.
Yeah, absolutely. Which, you know, can be a huge advantage compared to lifters who obviously, you know, probably have to wait until after they weigh in to even have some water.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so Natalie Constantinou, 125 kilos, opening deadlift.
Oh, and that flew up. And that is 3 white lights.
Yeah, she didn't look at all worried about that. So, like, that's as it should be. I mean, the openers should never put you in a position of actually worrying whether you'll get it or not.
Even skipped off the platform, you know, which, I mean, if my lift moved like that, I think I would as well. So we now have Holly Robson Powell.
So third place. So I mean, she's in a position really of. Well, I mean, you know, let's wait till she gets this. But you know, assuming she gets her opener, it'd be very odd if she didn't. Then she's pretty much assured third place, actually. There's very little chance of Abigail Dorgan bridging the gap between fourth and third. And similarly, unless there's some enormous upset, it's unlikely that Holly can finish above third.
And that's 3 white lights, and it moved beautifully, you know.
Good stuff. So yeah, so Holly can do what she wants, really, especially now she's got this. She can, you know, if she's shooting for PB, she's at liberty to do it without worrying that it's going to compromise her position in some way.
Yeah, and now we have Hannah Clayton, the first of the 2 Hannahs coming out for deadlifts with 135 kilos, which again is a huge opener.
Yes, it is. Now, Hannah, I mean, there's pressure, big pressure on Hannah Clayton and Hannah Matson. Hannah Clayton has to try to, ideally she'd like to extend her lead beyond the half kilo that it currently stands at.
That moved very well, and then, you know, like you said, there's literally half a kilo in it currently, and that's literally as small as it can get.
It's as small as it can get, and also, so Hannah Matson is going to be in the unfavourable situation of having to, Hannah Clayton is going to be in the unfavourable situation of having to shoot for the biggest deadlift she thinks she's physically capable of, not actually knowing whether Hannah Matson can beat her or not. She's just going to have to push the lead. She's going to have to take a risk, set the biggest lead that she thinks she can do whilst not missing any lifts. So Hannah Matson has an advantage as the bigger deadlifter.
Oh wow, and that 142.5
oh my gosh,
so far. I didn't even have time to compliment her socks. That was fantastic. That was 3 white lights. I would like to, though, compliment her socks. They were great. So we're going back to the beginning of the group here with Ellie Pacey, and a nice round 100 kilos on the bar for her.
Okay, so Hannah Matson's second deadlift attempt is 152.5, and that would extend her lead, actually. That would put her into first place by like 2 kilos. Yeah, put her 2 kilos ahead.
It really is going to be so very tight, and I think down to that final deadlift.
Absolutely.
So it's very, very exciting to see.
Yeah.
So Ellie Pacey coming out now for her second attempt, and that's 100 kilos, which is a 7.5 kilo jump. Which seems, you know, pretty normal around this weight for deadlifts.
Yes, definitely.
Getting a nice wiggle out to get nice and loose for the lift.
So yeah, you want your shoulders to be you don't want your shoulders to be pulled back on the deadlift. Because you want to keep your arms as long as possible, so that could be why she was like shaking her shoulders a little bit. 3 white lights there.
Absolutely.
Well done.
And I feel like, how close her grip is probably means she has to exaggerate that even further to show that her shoulders are pulled back and locked out.
Yes.
So we have Alexis coming up next, and that will be with 102.5 kilos on the bar. So Alexis has gone up 7.5 kilos also. Again, some great socks. I always am a fan of some funky deadlift socks.
Yeah, absolutely. So the deadlift socks are basically there for hygiene reasons. It's because the bar can actually cause your shins to bleed if you don't have the socks on, and if you scrape your shins with the bar, which is like that's common. But
yeah, no, I've done it.
Yeah. So basically, you can imagine there, of course, like actually that is actually a serious consideration from the point of view of like blood transmitted diseases. So hence the need for the long socks.
So we're jumping 10 kilos up now to Robin Pettiford for 112.5 kilos. This is to further her own subtotal, but the podium positions are pretty tied up between obviously the 3 lifters that we have mentioned beforehand.
Yes.
So getting nice and stuck in with her feet here. I feel like with sumo, where your feet are so particular to that lifter, it gets very...
Yeah, leg length, hip socket position, general flexibility around the hips, and also just like what are your strongest muscles, and are you actually in a position to engage them favourably? So there's a lot of things people say about sumo deadlift, which I'm not sure I would personally say I agree with. People say things like it's advantageous because it's a shorter range of motion. Now, they often bring in a physics argument into that, which is basically to say that like the energy expended in a mechanical system is proportionate to the distance travelled. Now that's true. I'm a physicist, by the way, physics PhD,
wow.
So I can comment on this. What I would say is that actually I don't actually think that is in fact a helpful determining factor for whether a human being can execute a deadlift or not. I think what is more helpful is understanding what are the peak forces that have to be generated, and does the person have the muscular structure and leverages to do that?
Absolutely.
So Effie Mingus here, 117.5. That was like a bit of work there on that second deadlift.
Nothing too bad.
No, absolutely. And again, this really depends on the lifter. So, for me, my third deadlifts often look like that, and that would mean I had like barely a kilo left in me. But for many lifters, an opener would look like that, and they've got 20 kilos more. So let's see what Effie can do in her third.
So we've got Molly Donnelly now with 120 kilos. So she's made a 10 kilo jump, which is pretty significant,
yeah, it's a reasonable jump at that weight for sure. Yeah.
So interested to see how she gets on with this. Her first move without really any issue at all.
Yes.
I'll leave all the physics commentary to you then, and I'll stick with the socks.
But yeah, I mean, different lifters, they may find that they're pretty strong with the quads. They've got very strong glutes. If on the other hand, they're quite strong like hamstrings and back, then they might find themselves to be stronger conventional deadlifters than sumo deadlifters.
So for Molly there, that was a good lift. It did look a little bit difficult, but it was a relatively big jump, so she has the option to take that smaller jump now. We're going on to Holly Lamb, who for her second attempt has 125 kilos on the bar.
The other thing I would say about the whole what energy does a person expend when doing a lift, and is it really as simple as the distance travelled versus and the force. So in a human being, like the energy that we expend is far more complex than that, I would suggest. We're not mechanical systems in that simple sense. Okay, bit of a struggle to get that moving. So she did lose position a little bit of the arc, kind of, curvatures back, but she locked it out.
And that's 3 white lights.
So well done. Yeah, well done.
Absolutely. And there are always going to be anomalies in situations like this where a lifter will perform in a certain way that really can't actually be explained too well by anything.
Absolutely. Yeah. We try and predict. Like, sometimes you can have a good guess. Like, you can look at a lifter and you can see, do they seem to have like more developed quads or whatever. In which case, maybe you'll say they're going to be a better squatter. But yeah, as you say, that Amelia, you just see. It's not unusual to see lifters where you just can't explain what you're seeing in terms of what performance is. Oh, lovely.
I think she lost a bit of balance
just lost
at the
her
top
balance.
there.
Oh no. Okay, so that's unfortunate. Yeah, that's easier to happen on a single deadlift.
She can come back for a third though.
She can, absolutely. And I think for her, that's not going to change anything in terms of like podium positions or anything. It's just frustrating for her,
Absolutely. And it's just something to work on moving forwards, which is part of this sport, which is fantastic. Is there's always continued room to grow, and it makes it very interesting to keep moving forwards in that. So we have Abigail Dorgan now with 132.5 kilos on the bar. She's remained a very calm lifter throughout the day, right up until now, where she still is. And that moved very well.
Nicely done, yeah, really nicely done.
And that was a 10 kilo jump from her opener with 3 white lights. Good lift.
Natalie Constantinou up next with 135 kilos. Also 10 kilo jump up from her opener. She's from University College London. She's looking at finishing roughly kind of middle of the rankings for the 57 kilo class today. It's a big 57 kilo class, but yeah, she's projected to finish in roughly seventh place at the moment is where she's projected to finish.
And a big showing from UCL on the 57 kilo class there.
Yes. So I mean, also I'm not actually terribly sure how these attempts, like the totals, work out for team selection purposes.
And that's a good lift for
Natalie.
Lift.
But I suppose the coaches will also be looking at the overall team performance actually when they're considering the lifters' individual lifts. That might come into it a little bit.
Absolutely. We have Holly Robson-Powell now with 135 kilos on the bar. She's still very far in front of fourth, so I think she's almost secured that. Definitely.
Absolutely. Just looking at the subtotal, yes, she already has secured third place. So really, this is for her to just like kind of do what she wants, I think, really.
Absolutely. I think at this point, both the Hannahs have pulled away slightly.
No, sorry. No, of course, she hasn't quite secured third yet. We need one more lift to do that. Let's see. Yeah, 3 white lights, well done.
And again, seems like there's a lot of weight left in the tank there. Now with Hannah Clayton with 142.5 kilos on the bar. So here it begins.
Absolutely. So Hannah is now projected to finish in second place. She's projected to finish 2 kilos behind Hannah Matson. So basically Hannah Clayton is going to have to make light work of this second deadlift, and she's going to have to shoot for something big on the third. She kind of has to.
And that like
good.
Yep,
good. Okay, 3 white lights. That's what she needs.
At this point, neither of the Hannahs can really afford to miss a lift. It's theirs to lose. Either of them, really.
Absolutely. It's like a high pressure. This is a high pressure competition situation for any lifter, particularly young lifters who haven't had a chance to do that many competitions. So this is going to be mentally testing as well. Very mentally testing.
Absolutely. We've got Hannah Matson coming out now with 152.5 kilos, which was, again, a 10-kilo jump from her opener. But her opener moved very, very well.
So I see that Hannah Clayton's put in a third attempt. She's only 145 kilos, actually.
It could be a placeholder. We're not too sure.
Yeah.
And that moved very well for Hannah Matson. And that is 3 white lights.
That looked easy. Yeah, no, as you say, Amelia, they didn't need to put in anything more until they'd seen what Hannah Matson had just done and until they see what Hannah Matson's third attempt is. So I think you're right. I think we might see a bit of a scrap for some sudden changes in the third deadlift attempts. Let's see.
Absolutely.
Kind of depends. It depends on the coaches too. Like, it depends whether the coaches are, really wanting to kind of play that game.
And as it stands, again, half a kilo in it.
Oh my gosh! Wow.
We're back to the top of the group now for deadlift third attempt. So this will be the last lifts of the day for this group.
So basically, the attempt that Hannah Matson has put in is actually not enough to get her the win as it currently stands. But she doesn't need. It would be silly to put in anything. She doesn't need to put anything higher. She needs to put something that is convincing enough to Hannah Clayton and her coach that Hannah Clayton has to push herself beyond her limits. So 155. Oh, wait a second.
Again,
that is enough. No, sorry, that is enough for the win. I'd only seen the subtotals. No, 155 would get Hannah Matson the win if she gets it.
Seems like a good lift for Ellie Pacey. Let's wait for the lights. Yeah, that's 3 white lights in her last. She seems very happy with that. Big hug to the coach there. So we've got...
Yeah, we're seeing some changes. We're seeing some changes already in the third deadlifts for Hannah Clayton and Hannah Matson. We've already seen a couple of changes. One change each, I think. So I think that means they've got one more they're allowed left.
Yeah, and it could go either way, scaring them into something higher or lulling them into a full sense of security.
Yeah. So
we've got Alexis now with 110 kilos for her last attempt. This is 7.5 kilos up from her second.
Oh, that's a good old fight.
It moved very smoothly.
Oh, well done, Alexis. Yeah, that was quality. That was a quality third deadlift.
Very good. Not slow, by any means.
No. But yeah, definitely, real commitment, mental fortitude needed.
Yeah. And that's going to be followed by Robin Pettiford with 120 kilos on the bar.
So that's over double body weight. So again, let's just consider how many times do you see anyone in a regular gym lifting 120 kilos? Like male gym goers, twice her size often are not attempting something like that. It's a lot.
Just cleaning down the bar here to get all the talc out of spaces.
So this is something they do on the third deadlift attempts. It's to try to reduce the chance that the lifter's grip would be compromised. So they brush off that chalk between the third lifts.
Although it can be requested at any point for any deadlift.
Oh right, okay.
That seems like a good lift for Robin. Let's wait for the lights.
Yeah, that was really nice. That was a lovely third attempt.
3 white
beautiful.
lights. Again, a big hug for the coach. Seemed very happy.
So at this point as well, like for a lot of the lifters, certainly if it's me, I'm just so glad that I don't have to lift anything else. Like after the third deadlift, I'm usually, it's at this point you're just hoping your energy's going to last out, and it's awfully nice when you can just sit down and stop lifting things.
Absolutely.
That's how I feel usually.
So we've got Effie coming up now with 122.5 kilos on the bar.
Okay, so this is basically, she's sitting in 5th position at the moment, and she's likely to stay there. There's enough of a margin on either side of her that I don't think she's going to go up to 4th, and also I don't think that she's going to fall to 6th. So it's kind of they might need it for the team total, or this might just be kind of for her own personal satisfaction.
of support in the room for Effie, which is lovely to see.
That is a great lift.
What a fantastic grind.
Oh, brilliant! Absolutely brilliant. Yeah, no, that was special. Like so far, for me, that's deadlift of the day so far. Yeah.
That is absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, I was so impressed. Like keeping that moving.
And choosing not to give up.
Absolutely, absolutely. And that sticking point, like at that low down sticking point, that is very, very hard to get past that.
Yeah.
Good for her. That was brilliant.
Starts feeling very backy at that point, which is hard to get past.
And it's so easy to lose position completely, actually, at that point. Yeah.
So we now have Molly Donnelly with 122.5 kilos on the bar.
So, again, she's kind of sitting in the middle of the ranks here. Forecast 7th place. Very small increase from her last one.
Seems like a good call.
Yeah, well done. 3 white lights.
White lights.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if they made the next jump up, if it would have been there. I think it was the right call, and I think she did excellently.
Yes.
There.
Yes. Yeah, that could be hard as well. If you only think you've got another 2.5 kilos in you for your final deadlift, I've got to say you're normally quite tired at that point. It must mean that the second's taken a lot out of you. So mentally, it can be very hard to do that third deadlift, even if it's just 2.5 kilo step like that, because that means that it's hard going if you're not making a bigger jump from that. Okay, so Fuang Gui from Cambridge, she missed her second attempt. That was a loss of balance, wasn't it?
I believe so. Yeah, just at the top.
Okay. So let's hope that she just gets this time. Yeah. So yeah, very nice sumo lifting style overall. Was she the one that was kind of like squatting wide stance high bar? Was that her?
I've seen a surprising amount of wide stance and narrow stance squats today, actually. Yeah.
But I think, if I remember, I could be wrong, but I think she had like quite a high bar wide stance. It was quite an unusual squat. It's like very upright. If so, then yeah, I definitely thought she was going to do a single deadlift, sure.
Oh, I think she might.
Balance is still a bit iffy. Is it all right?
Yeah, unfortunately,
no.
that was.
So that would be downwards movement of the bar. Would be the reason why she missed that lift. Which is, what a shame.
I mean, she's still got 120, out, which is still a huge weight and not too far behind what she was trying to go for there, I think.
Yes. Yeah.
Just that balance is difficult.
They know
sometimes.
technically that's just what she needs to nail next time.
And the strength is there. So we've got Holly Lamb now coming out for a 130 deadlift, and she's had very consistent 5 kilo jumps through her deadlifts.
Yeah.
So here she comes out now, nice and calm.
So Cambridge University as well. So she has managed to lock it out.
And that is 3 white lights. Fantastic.
Okay, so like we're seeing like a little bit of a sort of loss of posture there on her deadlifts. Like more of sort of like rounding with the back would be ideal. And I think she'll find her deadlift lockouts easier if she can maintain position off the floor. But that's such a common thing to see in people with conventional deadlifting. While they're still kind of developing the technique. Actually, it's hard. It's really hard.
But also, I think there was a big stigma around that kind of bending of the back for ages. Like, you should have absolutely none of it. And some lifters do benefit from having that.
It's
a bit of
true.
bending.
Like some, absolutely, and also. I think there's like, there's technically this concern that you're squeezing the discs in the back in such a way that you might increase the chance of them rupturing. But then rounded back deadlifts are quite common in, for example, strong woman, strong man, and a lot of people do seem to get away with it, to be honest, like without hurting themselves.
So we have Abigail now with 140 on the bar, which is a huge amount of weight, and she's moving it.
Oh gosh! Oh!
That is
Yeah,
such a shame. Just at the top there, she lost her balance.
Yeah.
But she moved it a very long way.
Yeah. No, she did well to kind of hang on to it as long as she did, because losing the balance like that, she was still trying to finish the lift, but ultimately she just couldn't do it.
Absolutely. We have Natalie coming up now with the same weight on the bar.
And then very soon we're going to be seeing this deadlift battle for the first place. I think fourth and third, that fourth and third is decided already, really. Natalie here is, she's in 6th place, projected 6th, and she's safely in 6th, basically. So I think this is, for team points, and also, for her personally.
Yeah, absolutely. She seems very calm and focused.
140 though is a nice number. It was their downwards movement. It was a bit shaky.
Yeah,
okay.
Not.
Sadly, yeah.
But it's a huge amount of weight to shift anyway.
No, absolutely.
And, she knows that she can pull that weight now. Just getting it to comp standard and bringing it back in the next competition is going to be fantastic for her.
And I think for that one there, that's partly kind of practicing technique in the gym and making sure that you don't kind of resort to that sort of slightly hitching kind of thing. But I think it's also just mentally having the patience. Just it gets very it gets daunting when the weight slows down and you start to doubt yourself.
You're going to find any way to get it.
Absolutely, you will. And so it's just mentally knowing to just keep mental control next time is something that she will learn.
So we have Holly Robson-Howe now with a huge 142.5 kilo deadlift. You can hear everybody here is behind her and wants her to do well.
Gosh, the third deadlift, you just know you're going to have to give your heart and soul to them.
And that seems like a very good deadlift to me. Let's see what the referees say. Yes.
Yeah. Oh, she looked so happy. Even at the top, she already started smiling. Yes. Well done. Absolutely brilliant.
And now Battle of the Hannahs, it
all comes down to this. What are we going to see at this?
We know there will be a Hannah in first place and a Hannah in second place.
Yeah.
But, what last name will be where?
So basically, Hannah Clayton has been really pushed to the limit here to try to set the biggest total she believes she's capable of, in the hope that Hannah Matson cannot catch her. But she has to take a risk because she doesn't know. Hannah Matson gets to go second.
Oh, and we've got a change here from Hannah Matson.
Why is she changing it already?
Hannah Matson has changed from 160.
Is it to force Hannah Clayton to change hers?
Well,
the bar is loaded. I don't think that's...
I think that's just a solid change. I believe they've already had one.
I'm surprised. I'm not sure why they did that.
So this is 150 kilos on the bar for Hannah Clayton.
Okay, so I personally, as the coach, I would not have changed Hannah Matson's attempt until I'd seen this one. But, they might have their own reasons, whatever.
Well, from the sheet this morning, it actually... Oh, wow.
Okay.
That was fantastic.
So, Hannah Clayton, let's see. Did she get 3 white lights? Well done. Hannah Clayton's put herself in the best position she possibly could have done.
She's got every lift of the day.
Brilliant to have gotten that. Hannah Matson...
with a massive 160.
Okay, so now it doesn't make any difference as to whether they changed it before or after because Hannah Clayton got that. So Hannah Matson has no choice now. So she's been pushed to 160.
I think the reason for this is that it was so close that this, if she gets it, puts her 2 kilos ahead, which even then is still not a massive gap.
Yeah. But I think basically if Hannah Clayton had missed that, they wouldn't have needed 160. They could have gone for less.
Yeah, I think they made the assumption that she was going to get it, which in the end of the day paid off because she did.
She did. Yeah.
So anyway, as you can hear,
Hannah Matson pulling for the win. Hannah Matson pulling for the win.
There's a lot of support, a lot of cheering, and of course we want to see her succeed. And that just moved fantastic.
Oh, wow.
Let's just wait for the confirmation. Yeah.
Oh, brilliantly done. Absolutely brilliantly done. Yeah. I mean, fantastic lifting from both Matson and Clayton just there, actually, because
Absolutely.
you know, the mental strength for them both to execute those deadlifts was really fantastic. That was really fun.
Absolutely, that was really good fun to watch, and you know, to see the changes, it ended up so very close.
Yeah.
And you know, ended up a battle of the Hannahs, and I think that's exciting.
But at least Hannah Clayton does have a bench press record as consolation, so there is that.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, they both did absolutely fantastically today. I don't think any of them can come away disappointed with the performance they gave out. They really both gave it their all, and it showed. It was absolutely fantastic.
Absolutely. So the top three. So in third place in 57s, we've got Holly Robson-Powell. In second place in the 57s, we've got Hannah Clayton. And then in first place, just by 2 kilos ahead, is Hannah Matson from Nottingham University.
And that rounds up this morning's lifting until later on. So thank you guys for watching, and catch up for some more lifting later, I suppose.
Yes. So I'm not sure when they're doing the presentations actually. Is it at the end of the day, or are they doing it between sessions? What time is it?
I believe it's in between sessions. I see some people walking around with some medals.
So it looks like, I think we're projected to start the next session at 2 o'clock, I think, but it looks like maybe that might have to be slightly delayed. Yeah, we're not going to start at 2 because the stage is not set and we haven't given out prizes. So I think it looks like the next session might start slightly late. If it was 2 o'clock, it might be 2:30.
But regardless, I mean, it was an excellent morning of lifting, and
It was
really fantastic to watch. Both groups.
I'm commentating in like 40 minutes.
Livestream.